All right, guys, welcome to Press X Podcast. This is episode 150. Thank you guys so much for being patient. I apologize. I'm normally not this late with starting the show, but had a couple of things going on behind the scenes that ended up making me run a little bit late, a little bit behind schedule, but that's okay. It gives people more time to kind of file in. So I appreciate that. But yeah, thank you guys so much for being here. As always, it's been not the most exciting week, unfortunately, when it comes to gaming, when it comes to certainly PlayStation. But we do still have some interesting things to talk about and discuss. So yeah, before we dive into any of these topics here, I mean, I'm going to try to go a little bit quicker today because again, I was a little bit late with the show. But as you can see, have three topics lined up at the top. And those are the only topics that I'm going to mention right now. Because for those maybe who missed it last week, I decided to go with a new format, I guess. Not a format, but what I used to do is run down all of my topics that I'm going to talk about over the course of an episode. I'd have maybe 5, 6, sometimes upwards of 7 to 8 different topics, and I would list them off at the beginning. And realistically speaking, I'd only end up getting to maybe like 2 or 3, maybe 4 of them at most. And then people would be wondering like, "Yo, are you going to talk about this topic? You said you were going to. You never did." So the 3 topics we're for sure going to discuss over the course of this episode. Final Fantasy 16, obviously. We definitely have to talk about this. This is something that, it's mostly positive. There's a little bit of discourse, minimal discourse. Maybe it's to be expected considering the direction that they're taking the series in. But generally speaking, there's been a lot of positive talk about Final Fantasy 16, and I have to say that I'm really excited about this game after seeing the previews and watching the raw gameplay and getting more details on how the combat in particular is going to work. So we're gonna dive into all that. Sony is apparently helping with this game to a significant degree, so that's definitely a topic we're going to discuss. A big topic that we're going to talk about that I think, even though I know people are tired of hearing about it, people are tired of talking about it, I still think it's going to be an interesting one. Has to do with, the ongoing Activision Blizzard situation with Microsoft and how, unfortunately, it seems for Sony that some things are backfiring on them. It's not looking too great, and we have quite a few different updates. And also on top of that, Phil Spencer recently gave an interview with I think it was Xbox On or something, where he kind of took a shot at Sony a little bit. And honestly, it was a smart move. And I'm gonna let you guys know about that situation. So we definitely have a lot to talk about there. Another topic I want to discuss, and I think this is going to be a really interesting one, is we have Bruce Straley, who is the co-director of The Last of Us 1 in particular. And he put out a tweet basically saying that, hey, developing linear games is easier than developing like wide linear or open world games. And this, for some reason, created a lot of discourse online. It's Twitter. You could say anything on Twitter. It's going to create some kind of discourse. But still, I think the conversation is interesting because it's, it kind of brings up that question of linear games versus open world games, the differences between them. Which is like, is it true? Is it true that it's easier to develop linear games? What do people really prefer at the end of the day? So I think it would just be worth discussing a little bit. But I do have other topics listed that there's a pretty good chance we will get to some of these. It's hard to say anymore how long the podcasts are going to be. I think at this point, most people kind of expect a 4-hour podcast minimum. Don't know if that's going to happen today. It very well could. I always say, I'll probably keep it shorter, and then it ends up being one of the longest podcasts I ever do. So there's no reason to even try to speculate that. But we definitely have a few other topics to discuss if we have the time. And yeah, I did see some people saying like, oh, I noticed that MBG, you haven't uploaded a video in the past 2 days, which, I normally upload daily. So, 2 days in a row of no uploads is pretty uncommon. And some people were getting nervous that I wasn't going to do the podcast. That's what they were thinking anyway. But no, the truth is I didn't make any videos the past couple of days because, man, I don't know, man. It's the gaming industry has seemingly grinded to a halt right now. Not sure why. It just seems like basically everything is quiet. Maybe the calm before the storm. I don't know. My fear, truthfully, my fear is that this upcoming week and the weeks of March, I'm afraid that they're basically just going to be nothing but Activision Blizzard talk, and I hope that's not the case. I really hope it's not. And I'm not gonna dive into that topic first. The first topic I'm gonna dive into is Final Fantasy 16. But before I do that, I want to get to these super chats, and I should note that in reading these super chats, it may lead me astray. So, we'll start with the super chats. And then when I'm finished with that, I hope to get into Final Fantasy 16. So, New Soul 9, thank you for the 30, man. You're saying, MBG, if you were in charge of PlayStation, got this much backfire for trying to block the deal, and next thing you know, Phil Spencer shows up to your house, showing you a picture of papers and a pen, and tells you, this is for the gamers, MBG. Would you sign it? Yeah, it's a pretty funny visualization, New Soul 9. The idea, first of all, the idea that I would be in charge of PlayStation. I obviously, as a fan, have a lot of opinions. I have a lot of things to say about PlayStation, but I don't know how well I would fare if I had to run PlayStation. There's a good chance that things would go awry very quickly, unfortunately. But I will say, if I was running PlayStation, I would definitely be very much focused on keeping. I don't know why I just have one of those situations again where like a bunch of eyelashes just are falling out. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry you have to witness this. I'm like sitting here and I'm like, why is my eye irritating me so much? And then I look down and I'm like, oh, there's like 5 eyelashes in my hand. So, all right. Getting back on track here though, as long as my eyelashes just don't all want to fall out at one time. If I was in charge of PlayStation, obviously I would be focused on AAA single-player games, just like Sony is now, but probably even more so if it was a possibility. But you're basically asking me, if I would sign this deal that Microsoft is proposing or has proposed to Sony, where it's like, hey, sign this, we'll keep Call of Duty guaranteed on PlayStation for a minimum of 10 years. We're not planning on taking it off. On top of that, we're gonna let you put it into PlayStation Plus if that's what you want to do. Would I sign that deal? Would I basically not fight this and not give Microsoft a hard time and do the opposite essentially of what Sony's doing right now? I feel like, I don't know. I feel like I would have a couple of weeks ago said, no chance. I would do exactly what Sony's doing. I would fight it. But given the circumstances now, given we're beginning to see how it's playing out to a degree, we're beginning to see how Microsoft is seemingly getting their way. I feel like, yeah, at this point, I would just sign it and be like, you know what? I just want to get a move on here. I just want to stop the back and forth. The one thing you mentioned, New Soul 9, is you say the amount of backfire that Sony's getting. And that's the thing, is Sony is getting quite a bit of backlash. And the reason being is because they do look hypocritical, you know? There's that, but even that though, like that's not a big deal to Sony. I don't think Sony really cares how they look in the eye of the public right now. What Sony cares about is how they look in the eyes of the regulators. And what's crazy is that it's not crazy, but to me, what's fascinating is we're beginning to see that the regulators really are not siding with Sony as much as I think Sony was hoping they would. And Microsoft is fighting for this, I think, a lot harder than maybe Sony anticipated. I think that Sony maybe had the mindset of, if the FTC rejects it and tries to sue them, and then they have the CMA against them, and then they have the EU against them, I think Sony was maybe holding out hope that it would be enough pressure against Microsoft that Microsoft would kind of throw their hands up in the air and say, you know what, this deal isn't worth it anymore. It's not worth this type of headache. It's not worth this legal battle. But Microsoft is doing the exact opposite of that. Microsoft is saying, we're going to fight this on all fronts. Doesn't matter how long it takes. Doesn't matter how much time, that has to go into it. Doesn't matter, how much we have to pay our lawyers. We're gonna see this through, and we're gonna fight it. And I think that I think that's worth mentioning. I see somebody saying, stop focusing on Sony. It's not just Sony that's against this. That's console war talk. Well, come on. I mean, let's be real right now. Sony is by far the biggest thorn in Microsoft's side with this. I think there are two other companies. I think it's Google and Nvidia. But I think recently Nvidia just signed a deal with Microsoft for Call of Duty. Now it might just be Google. But even then, like, Google isn't really doing that much. We're not. I feel like Google's just kind of on the back burner right now when it comes to this. The reality is, considering Sony is likely the one, I mean, it's not likely, it's true. Sony will be the one most affected by this in the end. This is why people are most focused on Sony. And this is why Sony is, the one always kind of in the headlines, because they're the ones making the biggest fuss about it at the end of the day. So, it's, if it were me, yeah, truthfully, right now, like if I was in charge of PlayStation right now and Phil Spencer showed up and he's like, MBG, head of PlayStation, CEO of PlayStation, this is for the gamers, I'd be like, okay, sure. 10 years from now, I'm not going to be in charge anymore, So, I mean, obviously, it's a lot more complex than that. And it's it would be a different situation. If I was the CEO of PlayStation, I'd probably have multiple lawyers that we pay a large sum of money for, if they were informing me, like, they're like, don't sign this, do not sign this, I probably wouldn't sign it. Like if my lawyers were telling me don't sign this, at least not yet, I wouldn't, because I'm not a lawyer, and I'm not. So I think if anything, New Soul 9, what your super chat points out is it's really difficult from our perspective to really properly assess this. You know what I mean? We're just gamers, we're just fans. We're people who just like to play games and enjoy them and look forward to announcements. And when we see this stuff and when we read more about it and we dive deeper into it, it gets so meticulous and complex, and it's so layered. It can become pretty much impossible, unless it's your job, to really understand this stuff. It can become pretty much impossible to fully understand everything that surrounds it. But what I can say is that, and I'm going to dive deeper into this when I get into this topic, what I can say right now is that I really hope Sony just backs off. I do. I hope that they just back off and say, you know what? This isn't worth it anymore. It's clear that we can't stop this. So let's just, let's just sever it and move on. So thank you for the super chats, New Soul 9. I appreciate that. Josh Z, thank you for the 20, man. You're saying it took 3 years, but I finished The Last of Us 2. I don't think the story is bad, but I do think it is structured poorly. Flipping back and forth needed to be more frequent. My big takeaway is everyone causes their own undoing. That's awesome to hear, Josh. I know that you have to take advantage of a lot of the accessibility features with some of these games. And so it's awesome to hear that you completed The Last of Us 2, man. And it's interesting what you say at the end here. Your big takeaway is that everyone causes their own undoing. I agree. I agree with that entirely, and I feel like that's kind of at the core and the center of the story that they tried to tell. And I am in agreement with the structure of the way that they told the story. It was pretty clear that Neil Druckmann and Naughty Dog were striving for something incredibly ambitious with the story of The Last of Us Part 2. And I don't think it nailed the landing. I don't think that it went as smooth as maybe they had thought it would. I think a lot of people would disagree. I think a lot of people think that the way they handled it was perfect. But the more I think about The Last of Us Part 2 and the further I am removed from it, the more I, in a way, do appreciate it to a degree. But it's interesting, that you're bringing up The Last of Us Part 2 because, we have the next episode of the Last of Us HBO series happening tonight. Sounds like it's going to be an amazing show tonight. I mean, it's been amazing every week, but tonight, this is when we get David's section. That's going to be really exciting. And they're already beginning to talk about season 2. And if I'm not mistaken, I saw a couple of headlines that claim that apparently season 2 is going to start filming this summer. So like really soon, really, really soon, in just like a couple months time, basically. And they're almost making it sound like when they cover the second game in the HBO series, it's going to be more than one season. It's going to be maybe 2 seasons long. But yeah, I mean, I will say this. I think that with them covering The Last of Us Part 2 in this HBO series, it will give them a lot of room to be able to flesh certain things out and allow you to get to know certain characters a lot better, a lot more thoroughly, and allow it to kind of happen more organically. Because my biggest problem, not to be honest, my biggest problem with The Last of Us Part 2 isn't really I mean, I guess it is the structure ultimately, but it's just the fact that I could never really truly connect with Abby and her group and Lev and basically the other side. I couldn't connect in the way that I could very clearly tell they're trying to get me to feel a certain way. They're trying to get me to have a certain viewpoint of these characters, and it just wasn't working for me. I don't know why. And I guess it's like ultimately, the best I could say is that by the end of The Last of Us Part 2, as you say, everybody causes their own undoing. A lot of people were like really, really upset. They're like, how come Ellie didn't kill Abby, and whatnot. And I'm just like, well, I don't, that to me, I kind of understand, I understand it. I understand what's going on in this situation, why it played out that way. But I just feel like, I don't know. This is why I'm kind of looking forward to watching them cover part 2 in the HBO series, because seeing what they've done for some characters and the way that they've changed things in certain ways, covering the first game with an HBO series, I'm just really curious to see if my opinion of the game or of the story, because it won't be a game at that point, but if my opinion of the story and these characters and the way it all unfolds, if it will change based on how they handle it with the show now. But when it comes to the game, I don't know. I can't say that I'll ever go back and play it again because there were just too many parts of it that I simply didn't enjoy, And that's the problem. I keep thinking like maybe I should go back and play The Last of Us Part 2, now that so much time has gone by, and maybe my opinion on it will change. And I'm sure I'm sure certain aspects of my opinion would change, but I also do remember playing that game pretty clearly, and I do just remember that there were many sections where I'm just like, I don't know, uh, I'm just ready for this to be over, you know? I'm not enjoying it very much, and it feels like it's dragging on a little bit, and that's the part that, you know, I see somebody saying, "You are being too mellow, MBG." Maybe I am. I don't know. Am I being too mellow? I have my third cup of coffee here. I don't know. I'm not purposely trying to be mellow necessarily. I'm trying to be more focused on what I'm saying and what I'm talking about. Um, so I don't know. Joel is not your daddy, MBG. No, of course not. No, that's the thing is, I've always said that, like, I never had a problem with Joel dying. In fact, if you were around on the channel back in 2019 and in 2020, the build up to the game, I kept saying over and over again that, you know, Joel is probably going to die. Like, I don't see a reality in which, you know, The Last of Us Part 2 is just another amazing adventure where nothing bad happens. But the thing that really bothered me about Joel's death, it really truly was the way that they handled it. I felt like, I mean, look, I will admit at the time I genuinely felt like they disrespected the character of Joel, you know, and that I think that just came in the shock factor, in the shock value, where it's like I was really I think I think the thing that really rubbed me the wrong way was I remember watching one of the last trailers that they revealed for The Last of Us Part 2, and it was when, you know, it was at the end of the trailer, somebody grabbed Ellie from behind to cover her mouth, and she turns around, and they trick you into thinking it's Joel. And if you play the game, it's not Joel. And you know, that the reason why that upset me so much was because I was really ready for like another you know, adventure in a way, a survival adventure with Joel and Ellie, and it was the literal opposite of that. And you know, in terms of Naughty Dog wanting to mislead the audience and get you to think or expect something and give you something completely different, yeah, they definitely succeeded. But that really rubbed me the wrong way, and it was too abrupt. And I like the flashback sequences they did for Joel and Ellie, and I think that did a really good job in fleshing out their relationship for sure. But I just, you know, I'll admit it. Like, I was just upset to see a character that I liked so much and that I felt like you know, I got to know so well, right? And I guess that's the point, right? They when they made that decision, they know like a lot of people are attached to Joel as a character. A lot of people like Joel as a character. You played as this character for the entire first game, so it definitely, you know, it definitely achieved what it was looking to achieve, I assume. Um, but Devil Shooter, I noticed you said that your big problem with the way they handled it was you felt like Joel wasn't acting his normal self. You know, like he was being too nonchalant and put his guard down too quickly for strangers and just straight up said, and I kind of get that. I mean, I it's interesting how when you look back at The Last of Us Part 2, the intro of the game starts with Joel basically telling Tommy the story of what happened, of what he had to do to save Ellie, and they really kind of set it up in that moment to make it clear that this is not something that Joel has told anybody, and it's a deep dark secret, and he's revealing this to his brother. And then, you know, it is a little bit kind of strange and funny. And again, this is where I'm curious to see if they change it in the HBO series, where it's like, you know, they meet this group of strangers that could be very bad people who might know, you know, who Joel is potentially or who Ellie is, and he's just like, oh, I don't forget if it was Joel who said it or Tommy, but basically it's like, oh, my name's Joel and this is my brother Tommy, and it's like, dude, like that right there, basically, you know, and it was his demise. And it's interesting because as Josh Z points out, it's like in a way that was his undoing. And the one thing and I'll move on after this. Something I did appreciate about The Last of Us Part 2 when it comes to Joel's characters, even though they killed him off really brutally very early in the game, it was cool after the fact to kind of like when you go back to the town and you see how Joel really kind of made a life for himself and he just kind of settled down and, just became a regular, normal dude. And I guess that made you kind of feel even, it helped you relate even more to Ellie because it's like, that's why, she's so hell bent on revenge. So I did enjoy that. And I will say, final thing, it's really interesting to see how they're kind of fast tracking a lot of stuff for the second game or the season 2 of HBO. I mean, where they cover the second game, where they're already establishing the outpost or the town where they're going to live, and it looks just like the second game, and they're doing a really good job. So. All right. Well, I appreciate that, Josh, and I'm happy to hear you finally got to finish the game, man. And I think you put it really well at the end there. Everybody causes their own undoing, seemingly, in the world of The Last of Us. Gravity, thank you for the 10, my friend. You're saying, always appreciate your stream, MBG. Do you think that The Last of Us Factions is coming out this year? Keep up the great work, man. And it's worth noting that this is your first ever super chat, so I really appreciate it, man. That's very kind of you. This is something that I've seen more people talk about, and it seems to be something that there's a lot of hope for. That is that Sony is, I don't know if it's going to be a shadow drop, but a lot of people are of the mindset that Sony is going to announce The Last of Us multiplayer game, and it's actually going to release before the end of this year, maybe later this year. I will say, I think it is a possibility. I really do. The reason being is right now, the only first-party game that Sony has lined up for the entirety of 2023 is Spider-Man 2. So surely they have something else that they plan to release before the year ends. I don't see how they couldn't. It would actually be pretty bad if they didn't. And considering we've already heard from Neil Druckmann, he said that, hey, we're going to be revealing more information and doing it, basically saying they're going to be doing a proper reveal for The Last of Us multiplayer game later this year. He even hinted that it's going to happen in June. I think it's a real possibility that, especially when you look at the marketing cycles for PlayStation games anymore, how they're getting shorter and shorter and shorter, which is maybe not so great for me as a content creator, but I think a lot of people appreciate that. Yeah, I definitely could see Sony coming out here in June, having a big showcase potentially, and one of the games that they're going to reveal and put a big spotlight on is The Last of Us multiplayer. And then they're going to announce, hey, it's coming out in September. And I think it's going to be free to play as well. You consider how long this Factions multiplayer game has been in development. It's been in development basically prior to the launch of Last of Us Part 2. So, by the time we get to June, it'll be pretty much 3 years. And it's been in development for probably over 3 years. So yeah, I think it's a real possibility. Now, I don't want to hold out hope and say it's a guarantee and I'm fully expecting it. Frankly, at this point, considering how quiet Naughty Dog has been, considering how quiet Sony has been, but Naughty Dog as well with this multiplayer game, I'm just going to be very excited to get anything, right? To just finally see the game. I'm so curious. Truly, I'm so curious to see what this multiplayer Last of Us game looks like, because I have a very specific image of what this game's going to look like in my head. And I had that same feeling with The Last of Us Part 2, and then it turned out to be something completely different. But I think considering the nature of this game, it's a completely different genre. It's not single player, it's multiplayer. I'm interested, man. I'm very interested. I'm excited, straight up. I'm excited. So, Nick, I see you saying it better be packed with content. Yeah, that's the thing. If it's going to be a free-to-play game, that I think will change the dynamic of what we should expect. So if it's like a fully priced game, yeah, it has to be filled to the brim with content. for sure. If it's a free-to-play game, it has to have a lot of content, base content, but I would also expect it's maybe not going to have as much as you would expect with a full-blown $70 game. And a lot of it's going to come in like free updates. That's my expectation. My expectation is that this Last of Us multiplayer game is going to be free to play. It's going to be on PC. It's going to be on PS5. I hope it's not going to be on PS4, but it might be on PS4, which would be insane. I mean, Herman Hulst did say that when it comes to their multiplayer games, you know, they're treating it differently. They're releasing it day and date on PC, and he did imply that some of their multiplayer games are still going to release on last-gen hardware. So The Last of Us, I mean, I wouldn't be too upset about that. And this is why. Only because The Last of Us Part 2, you go play that on a PS4 Pro. Yes, it is capped at 30 frames, but I don't think anybody could argue that, man, that game looks phenomenal on a PS4 Pro. And you look at The Last of Us Part 1, and that kind of gives you an idea of what a Last of Us game could look like on PS5. So, yeah, that's kind of what I'm expecting, man. So thank you again, Gravity. Primal Plasma, member for 22 months. You're saying The Last of Us 2 is like a great classic movie that is so realistic and depressing that you don't want to watch it more than once, like Casablanca. Yeah, I agree with that, actually, Primal Plasma. You know what it reminds me of? This movie based on a book. I read the book and I watched the movie called The Road by Cormac McCarthy, I think. And this movie came out in 2009. And I was so excited for it because I loved the book. And the movie was incredible. The book was even better. But I was really impressed. I think Viggo Mortensen is in the movie. Yeah, it's great. One of the best movies I've ever seen. But dude, that movie is so difficult to watch. It really is. It's so brutally realistic in its depiction of a post-apocalyptic world. And I do actually think The Last of Us was heavily inspired by it as well. So I highly recommend watching that movie or reading the book, The Road. It's very good. But that was a movie that I think I only watched 2 or 3 times, and I've thought many times about watching it again, but it's just like it's so tough to watch. You know, it's really, really tough movie to watch. But I recommend it for sure if you're able to watch it. Josh Z again, man, you're saying, I think because we are conditioned for video games to be black and white and they usually end happy, something that is the exact opposite is hard. I agree. I mean, we definitely, I think it's safe to say that video games rarely deliver on a realistic shock, you know? It's rare that happens. I think it has happened maybe a couple of select times in the past. But I do agree with that assessment, Josh. I think that a lot of times we do have that kind of black and white expectation where I think a lot of people expect a twist, but they expect a twist that makes them ultimately feel good or feel excited. And, you know, we should have taken Neil Druckmann's warning. Neil Druckmann did say in an interview prior to the launch of The Last of Us Part 2, fun is not a word we use to describe The Last of Us Part 2. And I got excited about that. I'm like, oh man, this is going to be grounded. This is going to be real. And then it's like, well, maybe a little too much, maybe a little too much, but no, it's, I agree, Josh. I agree. PlayStation Pete, member for 16 months. You're saying, hi, MBG. Hope Mrs. MBG is okay. I will let you know she's definitely doing much better. She's recovering pretty well. I don't want to say quickly. She's going at the pace that she should, but what I mean to say is she's doing much, much better each week. And certainly, where we are now, a lot better. So thank you for that, man. You're saying the only games I'm buying this year is Horizon Call of the Mountain, Star Wars Jedi Survivor, and Marvel Spider-Man 2. Can't believe Sony has to show Microsoft their third-party list. Yeah, that's pretty crazy, man. We're going to talk about that. We're definitely going to talk about that a little bit later on. Star Wars Jedi Survivor. I'm really excited about that game. You know, I would say like my list of games are not too far from yours, PlayStation Pete. I just think that right now I would replace Horizon Call of the Mountain with Resident Evil 4 Remake, but I would also add Final Fantasy 16 in there. There are other games, of course, but when it comes to like the bigger AAA titles, for me, I'm looking at Resident Evil 4 Remake. I'm incredibly excited about that. I do have that as a topic of discussion. If we can get to that as like a dedicated topic, but man, that game looks incredible. I'm excited for that. I'm very excited for Star Wars Jedi Survivor. I think that looks incredible as well. You know what game I'm actually looking forward to? Dead Island 2. We just got like an extended gameplay demo of this, and it doesn't look like mind-blowing or anything, but just for a game that's been in basically development hell for, almost a decade at this point, I'm like surprised how competent it looks and how fun it looks. So that's a game I might end up getting. It looks pretty fun. And then after that, Final Fantasy 16, and Spider-Man 2. Spider-Man 2 is the big one for me. I mean, Final Fantasy 16 is right up there, but Spider-Man 2 really is the one for me where it's like, man, I'm really curious to see this game. It's been in the shadows for so long, and there's just so much mystery surrounding it simply because we only have a single trailer, and the fact that it's going to be a PS5 only game, I cannot wait to see it, man. I think it's going to blow our minds. I do. But there are obviously other games, but those are the ones just like off the top of my head, games coming to PS5 that I'm looking forward to. Yeah, I want to see Wolverine as well, man. I want to see Wolverine as well, but I don't know when exactly that's going to happen. I see somebody in the chat says Final Fantasy is corny. You know what's interesting? I mean, I think Final Fantasy has like that camp to it a little bit, but what's kind of struck me with Final Fantasy 16, it looks pretty, like, I don't know, man. It looks pretty serious. This looks like the most, like, I don't want to say grounded, right? Because I feel like that's taking it too far, but this looks like the most serious and like mature themed, and it just has that like mature tone to it. I don't recall a Final Fantasy game kind of having this level of maturity to it, where I'm not seeing people smiling or laughing or joking around. It's very serious, and it looks good. It looks good. You're saying the only thing bad about it is the British voice acting. I disagree. I have to disagree with that, only because, I see Hanzo saying the British voice acting is fire. Yeah, I was watching some gameplay, and I'm like, that voice acting is really good. I don't know why. It sounds better than I expected for some reason. I don't even know what my expectations were, but I'm gonna dive deeper into Final Fantasy 16 with my conversation, but I like everything that they're doing. So thank you for that, PlayStation Pete. We have Snuffy Pashcal saying, have you finished Hogwarts? If not, I recommend beating the game and then getting your chest. There is a bug in collection. I'm 139 out of 140. No platinum until the patch. I thought that the patch came out. Didn't they patch that? Because I saw that people were complaining about not being able to get the platinum for Hogwarts Legacy because, there was something was bugged, and they said that the patch was in the works. So you might want to check if there's maybe an update for the game that maybe you haven't downloaded yet. Because I swear I saw that they put that out. But yeah, unfortunately, man, the reality of my situation lately is I have not had nearly as much time to game as I would like. I've been incredibly, incredibly busy, and I've just been, honestly, more than anything, focused on keeping the content flowing on the channel, making sure I can do the podcast and everything else. And so, truthfully, I have not really been playing much the past week and a half. With everything going on with my wife's surgery, it's just been one of these situations where it's like, unfortunately, gaming has to take a back seat, but there are other priorities. And the way I look at it as these games aren't going anywhere, you know what I mean? There will be times later on where I'll have much more downtime to just relax and game. And actually, the last thing I played was probably a round or two of Dead by Daylight, which honestly, I don't even know why I do that to myself, because that game just makes me want to, it's very frustrating at times. But yeah, things have been so busy lately that I've been having a difficult time like sitting down and diving deep into anything. I'm sure everybody's kind of been there, but every now and again, like things in life pop up where it's like, I just can't focus properly on these big games that I want to play. They require, it feels a little bit too much for me right now. I need something that's kind of like turn my brain off and just, like, you know what I mean? Something that's just basically, I know it's for lack of a better term, basically like junk food, if that makes sense. But yeah, even Dead by Daylight, man, that game it frustrates. You hear apparently they're making a Dead by Daylight movie, which is pretty funny to me for some reason. But yeah, I do plan to get back to it, hopefully sooner rather than later. And I don't know if that's a game I'm going to be able to end up platinuming or not. It'll be interesting. Oh my! I went to go pick up my mug, and my coaster was actually stuck to the bottom. So thank you for the super chat, Snuffy, and I hope you're able to get that sorted out and you're able to get your platinum. Mark Loven, you're saying, hope your weekend is going well. Well, thank you. Mine is going good. I hope you're enjoying your weekend as well. You're saying, going to have to watch this stream tonight when I'm back home. Hope your wife's doing well. She's doing good, man. I appreciate the well wishes. I appreciate the concern. It's very nice to see you guys, still asking and looking for updates. Means a lot. That's cool, man. I'm just happy you're going to be able to watch the stream. It's always, as I say, it's always interesting to see how many people, watch like these 3, 4, sometimes close to 5-hour streams after they're done being live, and people just kind of watch it in chunks throughout the week. It's really cool. It's really cool. So thank you for that, Mark. Kip Pritter's saying, have you played Wo Long yet? I'm completely obsessed. I did try out the demo, and it was really good. But again, it was one of those situations where I'm like, this game, I don't think I'm going to purchase it right now because it seems like it's going to require quite a bit from me. It's going to require quite a bit from me, and I don't know that I have this much to give right now. So that's a game that's probably going to go in the backlog at some. And I don't know if it's a game I'll end up getting to. Frankly, right now I'm hoping that with these other games that I just mentioned that are coming out with, I mean, dude, it feels like a game like Resident Evil 4 Remake is so far away, but the reality is it's just a couple weeks away. It's like 19 days away at this point. It's like, man, I hope I'll be able to play more when it comes out, because I really, really, really want to play that game. Resident Evil 4 is one of my favorite games of all time. So I got to be able to carve out some time for that. But I did play it, and yeah, the quality's there, man. I've been hearing some good things about it. Snuffy again with a, you have 2 super chats here saying, yes, but it's still bugged. I have all 168 chests. By all means, I understand. Hope for the best. Well, thank you for that. And yeah, that's really strange. I wonder if they've addressed that, if people are still having problems with it. I hope they take care of it, because that's pretty annoying. It's nothing worse than, meeting all the requirements for platinum and then not being able to get it because of a bug. Hickzock, you're saying, can't wait for RE4. Do I replay the original first? I'm of the opposite mindset. I don't want to replay the original Resident Evil 4 because it's been so long since I played it that I almost feel like there are going to be some things that I may have forgotten that are like, oh, yeah. And it's been tough because they're putting out so much footage of Resident Evil 4 Remake. They're putting out so much. I know it's a remake. I kind of wish they wouldn't show as much, though. I kind of wish that they would just show me less. I want it to be a bit of a surprise, but yeah, can't wait for that, man. I was blown away by Resident Evil 4 when I played it, and I know to some people they think it's overrated, but no, I think Resident Evil 4 is one of the greatest games ever made, and to see it getting a full-blown proper remake in this way is like amazing. I'm going to dive into Final Fantasy 16, guys. Okay. Final Fantasy 16, this game is going to be an absolute juggernaut for Sony. And I already knew that this was going to be the case. But anybody who's been following kind of my journey with Final Fantasy, you'll know that my first ever Final Fantasy game was Final Fantasy VII Remake, which I played for the first time last year. And I was thoroughly impressed by it. I couldn't really believe that I was that intimidated by the series. And that's the thing. A lot of you guys were encouraging me. You're like, look, we know there's a lot of games in this long running series and it all seems intimidating. And the thing that blew my mind the most, and I can't believe I wasn't aware of this, the thing that blew my mind the most is when people were telling me, like, dude, listen, all these games are like separate. They're separate stories. I actually thought for the longest time that you have to play. Like, how am I going to dive into Final Fantasy 16 if I didn't play the 15 games previously? And you guys were like, no, BG. You listen, you don't understand. And so that immediately made me be like, oh, well, then what am I waiting for? I'm just going to dive into Final Fantasy VII Remake. And I was still nervous. I told you guys, when I played Final Fantasy VII Remake, I was nervous that I wasn't going to like it. And, you know, it's one of those intimidating games where there's so much love for it. It has so much praise behind it. And, you know, critical commercial success. I'm like, oh man, I hope I feel the same way as other people, you know, because it's going to look pretty bad if I come back and I'm like, guys, I played Final Fantasy VII Remake for like 10 hours and I just don't like it. I feel like people would be like, bro, your taste in gaming, what's wrong with you? I would be concerned. William, you're saying, MBG, I'm glad I was able to give you some tips for the combat of Final Fantasy VII Remake. Yeah, it definitely helped me out, man. You guys were there every week as I was talking about my experience with Final Fantasy VII Remake, and it helped me a lot. And I think I put about like 50 hours into it total, and it was an incredibly satisfying game. And I'm very excited for Rebirth. But, you know, this is where kind of shifting and looking at Final Fantasy 16, I have to admit, when Final Fantasy 16 was first announced, I didn't feel anything for it. I was like excited to a degree because it's like I see all the hype surrounding it. A lot of people are coming out and being like, dude, Final Fantasy 16 is a PS5 exclusive. That's absolutely mind-blowing. And I'm like, yeah, that's huge. And I did understand, like, this is a big deal. But I know at that time when it was first announced, I still just didn't really understand anything about Final Fantasy. And I kind of had it in the back of my mind. I'm like, well, you know, if there's this much hype for it, maybe I'll just play it when it comes out. But it was really after I played Final Fantasy VII Remake where I was like, okay, yeah, I've been missing out big time with this. And Final Fantasy 16, here's the question I have. Okay, and I don't think anybody has the answer to this, obviously. But the biggest thing with Final Fantasy 16 and the biggest question I have is when I play this game in June, I'm assuming I'm going to put a lot of time into it. I think it was confirmed that the main story is about 35 hours. But if you want to do like all the side content and everything in the game, it probably can easily take you up to like 70 plus hours. The big question I'm going to have when I eventually complete Final Fantasy 16, and maybe even if I do decide to go for everything and platinum it, am I going to enjoy it more than I did Final Fantasy VII Remake? Because the bar is very high. That's the thing about playing a game like Final Fantasy VII Remake, and especially it being my first Final Fantasy game. Just the bar set very, very high. But I will say this. There are some things that I'm seeing in Final Fantasy 16 that, dude, this game looks insane. So I thought it was awesome enough in Final Fantasy VII Remake with the summons, right? You have these big Colossus monsters, these summons that, you know, can help you out in battle. I thought that was sick. And I'm watching this Final Fantasy 16 gameplay, and they're like, so we have that again, but this time you actually get to control it, and you're going to battle another summon. And I was like, yo, what? And I was actually watching, Clive was fighting, what's the name of, I forget the name of the summon, but it was like this big wind, it's this big bird-like creature that controls wind. And he like Clive was just straight up fighting this giant thing. Yeah, Garuda. That's who it was. I'm still not, I'm still familiarizing myself with the names. And Clive was battling Garuda, and it was just him. And I was like, dude, this sense of scale, this looks like a God of War, boss battle. This looks insane. And then it transitioned from that into now Ifrit, however you say his name, Ifrit, I think is how I'll say it, is now battling Garuda. It's like and they described it as like this giant like wrestling match, and it looks stunning. It looks stunning. And you know what? One thing I do notice about the game as well is the color palette. I like the art style, and I actually am enjoying the color palette. And that's another thing that surprised me is this is not a bright game. This is a very dark and kind of drab game. And I don't mean that in a bad thing. I actually think that's good because, I've been following Final Fantasy 16, and they make it clear that, like, yeah, this is going to be a more mature themed Final Fantasy, more than we've ever, that more mature than a Final Fantasy game's ever been. And I think that they're kind of matching that with the color palette, very dark and, kind of had that grayish look to it. But what's really cool about it, and I know this is going to sound crazy at first, but it reminded me of Returnal a little bit in that the amount of effects and like just particles on screen during the combat sections, it was like, whoa. And that's where the colors really start to pop. And I'm like, I know it sounds weird, but I just like that dynamic. I like that the overall world itself. It's beautiful, obviously, but there's just this more dark, brooding sense to it. But the color really begins to pop in the magic and the abilities and just things going crazy. It's almost a little overwhelming at first. Yeah, I guess that would actually make more sense. It's more similar to Forspoken than Returnal. But yeah, they're both from Square Enix, so I guess that would be the more that would be the better comparison for sure. But it's funny because it's like we're hearing Sony come out and be like, or not Sony, it was Square Enix and the developers of Final Fantasy 16. They're coming out. They're showing a lot of love to the PS5, and people are saying that it's a bunch of BS and this is all just marketing speak. But I don't know, man. Like, these are just some pretty candid answers that they're giving in interviews. I'm not saying that some of it isn't a little bit like, Sony's funding our game or helping with the funding of our game, and they paid for an exclusivity deal, and we want to say good things. Of course, it's in their best interest to praise the PS5 and praise the hardware. It's in their best interest to praise the hardware where their game is going to be exclusive on it for a minimum of 6 months. It makes sense. But the one thing that I do actually believe that they said, I think it was a Final Fantasy 16 designer. They were basically saying that, or maybe it wasn't even a designer. The designer was praising the overall architecture of the PS5, but I think it was maybe Yoshi P who was explaining why they choose to do these marketing deals. Like, why did they choose to say yes to a 6-month PS5 exclusivity deal? And he was pretty candid in his answer, and he said, a lot of people would think that it's simply just a platform holder, and because they want to move units, obviously, that's not a secret. Sony's not hiding that. Nobody's hiding that. Of course, Sony secured Final Fantasy 16 exclusivity so they could sell more PS5s. It's a smart move. It's a smart tactic if you're able to make it happen. It's gonna move a lot of PS5s for sure. But he went on to explain that the main draw for them as developers and as a team who's working on this big game that they really want to succeed was apparently not only the technical expertise that Sony could offer and the development expertise, but also just the big marketing boost that they're going to get as well. And yeah, I mean, ultimately these things kind of come down to time and money, right? Where they were saying that they would release Final Fantasy 16 on PC as soon as the 6-month exclusivity deal is up. But the reason why they're not going to be able to is because it's not going to be ready. It's going to need more time to be properly optimized. And that's what's most fascinating to me, is that's where when they come out and they say that Sony's engineers basically helped us fully optimize our game for the PS5, that, they said it themselves. And this, I do believe, they said it themselves, that if they didn't have that, they would still be like in full development right now and the game wouldn't be ready. And that, that's where it's like, look, I know people want to kind of harp on Sony for making these deals and make it seem like Sony's so scummy for paying for these third-party exclusivity deals. But it's like, I don't know, man. To me, it's not that bad of a deal at the end of the day, because Final Fantasy 16 is now going to come out sooner than it otherwise would have. Now, it might only be on one platform, but it's still going to come. It's still going to come to other platforms. The big question I have is if this game is going to come to Xbox or not. That to me is the big question, and that I think is like, that's where when we look at Final Fantasy VII Remake and we assume Rebirth, Sony's going above and beyond with these deals and the negotiations with Square Enix to make sure that these games apparently do not ever come to Xbox. And looking at how big Final Fantasy 16 is going to be, I have to imagine Sony's probably trying to make that happen again. Sewell, you're saying Final Fantasy alert. Yeah, I know you really enjoyed the Final Fantasy discussions. Leo Jimmy, thank you so much for the 20, man. You're saying MBG money. It's over for me. Just now getting to Elden Ring, and I like to explore and do side missions before the main story. It's going to take me a year before I get to anything, but hopefully I'll beat it before Spider-Man 2. Leo, I totally understand that feeling entirely. You dive into a big, massive AAA game, and if it's open world, well, you're done at that point, But a game like Elden Ring, yeah, man, take your time, savor it, enjoy it, no rush. But that's why sometimes, as I said in a prior podcast, some of these games, man, like I love the idea of bigger and better. But with the idea of bigger and better also comes more intimidating, more daunting, more time needed, which is not a bad thing. It's all a matter of like, how do you feel about maybe potentially missing the launch of a couple of new games you're looking forward to? But I'm happy to hear you're finally in the Elden Ring, Leo. And I think you could do everything in Elden Ring before Spider-Man 2 comes out. That's quite a bit of time. We have basically like half a year, assuming that it comes out in like, October or November. So I think you'll be able to make that happen. I think where the problem lies is how many of these other, big third-party games are you going to end up missing? But you'll have to get back to me on that, man. And yeah, good luck. The only question I have for you, Leo, are you trying to do Elden Ring's side missions and figure out this? Well, yeah, the side missions, but also figure out the story without looking anything up? That's the big question I have. I want to know who's done that. Has anybody done that? Truthfully, has anybody actually completed Elden Ring and the side quests and the story without looking up like what any of it means? Or figuring out all this stuff on your own? Asmodeus, you're saying you did all of the achievements. Hanzo says, I would have never known a thing. I'll be honest, like I beat Elden Ring and I put like 93 hours into it. I didn't do everything in the game. I did mostly everything in the game. I gotta be honest though, like once I began to realize that I'm gonna have to start looking into the story to understand it, and once I started to realize that I'm gonna have to go watch like Vadi Vidya and all these videos and content creators, I like them as content creators, but I'm like, this is too much. Like, I don't know, man. I don't know if I can get. I did this already for Dark Souls. I don't know if I can do it again for Elden Ring. I don't know if I can. And I see how hyped people are getting for the DLC, and yeah, that's gonna be huge. But yeah, that's gonna be the big problem you run into, Leo. That's going to be the big problem. As soon as you're finished everything with Elden Ring, you're like, finally, like 300 hours later, 400 hours later, I'm ready to move on. That's when they're going to drop the DLC and it's going to be like another 100 hours or something. So thank you for that, man. Space D, you're saying it's all going to come up on the PlayStation Sabina papers. Yeah, we're going to dive into that next, Space D. I'm sure you're excited for that. It should, that's the thing is we do have to wonder how much of this is going to become public, How much of this how much I'm trying to think of the best way to word this because I don't want to word it negatively, but how many of Sony's kind of like backdoor deals, I guess you could say, how much of that stuff is going to see the light of day and become public? That's what I'm wondering. Broccoli Rob, you're saying, hey man, really need that dollar today. Thanks. Well, Broccoli Rob, here's $2 for you. Here's $2 for you, Broccoli Rob. You give me one. I mean, I know it evens out and basically equates to nothing, but you sound like you really need it, man. So take the two. Take the two. J.K. Rowling Enjoyer says scam. Great name, by the way. J.K. Rowling Enjoyer. With a middle finger emoji, by the way. Nice. But continuing to talk about Final Fantasy 16, and I see I have a two-part super chat coming from William, so I'll let you finish the second one, and we'll get to that. Final Fantasy 16, I gotta say, there is a bit of controversy with this game, a little bit. To be honest, it's really difficult for me to gauge like how much controversy there really is, because on my channel here, and based off of what I've been seeing from most people, the hype levels are there. People are very excited, and a lot of people saying like this is easily their most anticipated game of the generation, but of the year as well. But some people are looking at the combat, and that's the main thing that these previews were focused on, is the combat of the game. We have, the individual, I don't know their name off the top of my head, but the individual who is known for working on games like Devil May Cry and Dragon's Dogma, they are in charge of the combat this time, and you can clearly see it. And I love the combat in Devil May Cry. I think it's awesome, very visceral and fast-paced. And when I look at this, it's like you can tell like this is this is definitely going in a it's clear, and they're not hiding it. They're talking about it. They're like, look, this is a full-blown like action RPG. There's no turn-based anything, and even the way that they're handling difficulty is fascinating to me, where you're not going to be able to choose the difficulty. They're going to have like certain rings, I think. Is that what it is? Certain rings you can put on or something that basically, like if you wear like a certain ring, it'll make it so your character, Clive, he just automatically dodges. You don't have to time it or anything. It just does it automatically. So that's pretty interesting the way that they're handling that. But this is what makes the game, I have to say, like really, really appealing to me, because I'm looking at this. I'm like, this fast-paced action, just like constant, in your face, combo driven. That stuff appeals to me. I do like the slower, more methodical type stuff at times. I got to be honest, I'm not the type of person that usually plays just straight up like turn-based. I don't normally do like just straight up turn-based, but for example, I love the system in Final Fantasy VII Remake where it's like a hybrid. You're having the real-time combat, which felt really good, but you can kind of pause it mid-combat and choose, how you're going to navigate in that way. Apparently that's not going to be a thing here, and it's really just going to be about. It seems to me like it's going to be pretty skill-based, where it's not so much about being tactical as much as it can be about like, how good can you get at dodging? How good can you get at chaining together combos? And that, to me, that's interesting. And I noticed that some people who are, diehard Final Fantasy fans and, expect there to be at least some degree of that kind of like more tactical, more methodical play, they seem to be a little bit upset that this isn't going to be part of the game seemingly. And And I feel like I get that, you know, like I understand that. But at the same time, I mean, I'm looking at this and I'm like, well, I don't know, man. It's looking really good. And the thing that really struck a chord with me was during an interview. Again, I think it was Yoshi P, where he just like candidly made it clear that this game is heavily inspired by God of War in a lot of ways. And like the more recent God of Wars, like Ragnarok and God of War 2018. And that is so fascinating. And I think it reveals quite a bit about their intention with this game. And I also want to take this moment to touch upon something else that Yoshi P, this was making the headlines. And I'm curious to see what you guys think about this. Apparently, and I think it was actually Skill Up. Skill Up had an interview with Yoshi P where he said he kind of offended him a little bit because he asked him a question about, you know, if I'm remembering correctly, he basically asked about how they feel about like where JRPGs are today versus like, you know, RPGs or like Western RPGs or regular RPGs. And basically what it boiled down to is the reason why he got a little bit offended was because I think him and some other developers at Square Enix who, you know, work on these games, they don't like the term JRPG apparently. And they feel it's like a little bit like, you know, derogatory. And it's like, look, why can't it just be an RPG? But he was saying that in the past, the term JRPG kind of had like a negative connotation to it. And he did acknowledge apparently that these days, you know, in modern times, the term JRPG has a mostly positive connotation to it. But what he made clear, and I actually thought this was pretty cool because I can respect this, is he was just saying like he just wants people to look at a game like Final Fantasy and Final Fantasy 16 and just simply say, oh, that's an RPG. You know, it's in the RPG genre. You know, it's not like it doesn't have to be Japanese, you know, it's just an RPG. And I kind of respect that, you know, because it's like, yeah, you know, I don't, like, let me back up for a second. For me, anytime I hear the term JRPG, I like, that's a positive thing, at least for me. Maybe I just am not familiar with the negative connotations that have surrounded that term. But at the same time, I'm just like, hey, if a developer who's making a game that's an RPG says, it's just an RPG, just call it an RPG. I'm like, okay, yeah. And I almost took it a step further though. And I got to be honest, like, you know, no offense to Yoshi P, obviously, or any developers who are working on this game at Square Enix. But interestingly enough, when I look at Final Fantasy 16, this is probably the last thing that they want it to be called. But to me, it looks like a Western influenced JRPG is what it looks like. And I mean that in a positive way. I mean that in a good way, where I feel like we're taking the best, like some of the best aspects of Western RPGs. And I feel like they're kind of looking at some of the best aspects of, you know, Western RPGs and taking that, saying, how can, you know, maybe we can incorporate this into our game. And, you know, I think that the reason why the term JRPG exists is because there's a certain something, you know, in a JRPG that I think warrants the J. Like this is a Japanese developed game, and I think I'm just assuming, look, that there are many developers who see that as a positive thing, right? And so I guess what I'm just trying to say here is I'm kind of excited at the notion of taking the best of both worlds and kind of putting that into one massive game that's going to be Final Fantasy 16. And if they're just like, hey, just call it just call it an RPG, I'm like, you know what? Sure thing, not a problem. JRPG, RPG, call it whatever you want. I'm excited for it. You got my money. So, yeah, and that's the thing is like, I think it's because a lot of developers, I don't know. I'm just trying to listen to what they're saying and you know, take their word for it, right? Because I wasn't really paying attention at the time, but as they said, apparently in the past, there were a lot of negative connotations to the term like JRPG, or, when they first heard the term JRPG, they felt like they were being like kind of sectioned off in a negative way, where it's like, we can't just be an RPG, we have to be a Japanese RPG, like, you know what I mean? So I get that. I get that. All right, let me get these super chats. Some very generous super chats, guys. So, William, I'm going to read yours back to back since yours is a two-parter. You're saying, in terms of Final Fantasy 16 versus Final Fantasy 7 Part 2, I think the combat of both games will be equally as fun, but Final Fantasy 16 will be more epic in scale, where Final Fantasy 7 is more diverse in types of attacks and controllable characters with unique weapons. In terms of story, Final Fantasy VII has the absolute best cast of friends/companion characters. If you think about Aerith, Tifa, Barrett, Cloud, etc. for characters, Final Fantasy VII Part 2 will be better. But Final Fantasy 16 will have a deeper, more mature story, nuanced ethics. Yeah, I think that's a great way of putting it, William, because it seems like you hit the nail on the head there. When it comes to the gameplay of Final Fantasy 16, you're using the term scale, like the scale of this game is going to be greater than that of maybe what we've seen in Final Fantasy VII, and maybe even what we'll see in Rebirth. And that's kind of the feeling I'm getting as well, because out of all the things that are sticking out to me, and I don't mean this in a bad way, it's just truthful, is everything I've seen of Final Fantasy 16 so far, like, I'm not really too worried about the characters themselves or even the story. I'm just like, look at the scale of this world, and look at this combat, and look at these monsters. And I know that's very like simple, right? It's like, oh, of course that's the thing that's going to stand out to you, but I am eager to hear more about the characters in Final Fantasy 16, and I am eager to kind of compare them to the characters of Final Fantasy 7 Remake, because you're saying that, there's no way Final Fantasy 16's characters and companions are going to be able to match that of Final Fantasy 7. And I actually agree with that, because I just feel like Final Fantasy 7's characters and the relationships, it's one of these things where it's like, yeah, it's kind of in a class of its own. And I think that's just due to how long they've been around, and how we're seeing them kind of brought to life in a new way. I don't expect the characters and the relationships or even the story to fully match that of Final Fantasy VII. But if it can get anywhere close, I think that'll be more than enough. And I think to kind of summarize what you're saying here, William, is basically on one side we have Final Fantasy VII Remake, which has incredible combat, but it's really the overall story, the dialogue, the fact it's so character driven. That's really going to be the thing that allows Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, for example, to just completely stand apart from Final Fantasy 16. Whereas in Final Fantasy 16, it really is going to be those huge, colossal battles. And I actually saw a previewer kind of talk about, when playing the preview version of Final Fantasy 16, it really brought them back to when they first played Shadow of the Colossus, where they said it was a really, really long time since they experienced something like that, where they felt like it was on that same scale. And so I think maybe that's what's going to really stand out about Final Fantasy 16. And another thing to back up what you're saying here, William, is if you think about what the team decided to preview, right? First impressions mean a lot. First impressions are incredibly important. They could have decided to focus on any aspect of Final Fantasy 16 with these previews. The thing that they chose to focus on most, the combat. And I have no doubt they're going to reveal more about like the characters and the story going forward. And you could argue that most of the trailers we've seen, that's exactly what it focused on. But when they finally came out with their big marketing blowout, that's really what they wanted people to talk about. That's really what they want people to take away from it. And I think it's actually really smart. I think that when you consider the success of a game like Final Fantasy VII Remake, and look, I don't know how successful Final Fantasy 15 was. I don't know, but the way that Yoshi P and the entire team are talking about Final Fantasy 16, you could tell they're putting their heart and soul into this game. Like, they're putting everything they have into this game. And when they talk about it, they really make it seem like this. I don't want to say it's not make or break. Obviously, it's Final Fantasy, because that's not the term to use. But they're really talking about it as if they have something to prove, and that's fascinating to me. I keep using the word fascinating, but it really is, because it's like, I mean, you guys are like, it's Final Fantasy. It's Final Fantasy. I feel like, you proved something. Like, this series proved something a long time ago. Ryan says MBG just doesn't know. They say this every time. Yeah, you might be right. I have to admit, I have not followed the marketing cycles of any other Final Fantasy game, but I guess I'm just saying that I have an appreciation for that, where, obviously, anytime you listen to a development team talk about their new game, they're going to say that they put everything into it. Obviously, they're not going to say that they half-assed it. They're not going to say that they, are just basically playing it safe. They're not going to do that. But I don't know. I guess what I'm seeing on display here and what I'm hearing about it seems to me like they might really, I don't know. Final Fantasy might reach it might reach a new high, is what I'm trying to say. I don't know if that's possible after Final Fantasy VII Remake, but I like it. It seems like I picked a good, I don't know, I could be wrong, but I feel like I picked a really good time to get into Final Fantasy. If this is going to be my first experience with it, I feel like I picked possibly the best time. So the idea of Final Fantasy VII Remake, Final Fantasy 16, and then Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, back to back to back, sounds pretty good to me. Swizz says the marketing god MBG. Yeah, I gotta admit, man, sometimes I'm a sucker for that type of stuff. I can't help it. Sometimes I board the hype train, man. Sometimes it leads to disappointment, but I gotta admit, a lot of times with these bigger AAA games that I follow and I get excited for, it's rare that they disappoint, the ones that I really latch on to, especially after I see just raw gameplay. So thank you for the super chats, William. I think that's certainly some good insight into the differences between Final Fantasy VII Remake, Rebirth, and Final Fantasy 16. Sewell, you're saying, I will say I am a bit down on Final Fantasy 16 after Yoshi P's comments from the press release. I'm indifferent to 16's combat. I just hope it feels like Final Fantasy from a narrative perspective. Interesting, Sewell. I'm glad you shared this, because I was wondering if there was anybody here. I'm sure you're not the only one in the chat, or out of everybody watching, but I was curious, like, I've seen mostly positive. In fact, I've seen like all positive, unless I've missed some comments, of course, when it comes to Final Fantasy 16's comments. So I'm glad you shared that. You'll have to let me know when the game comes out, how you end up feeling about the game, if you change your mind on it, or if the game, because I imagine the most disappointing scenario for you, Sewell, will be if the combat doesn't do it for you, and then also the story doesn't feel like a proper Final Fantasy story to you. Then that would probably be like the worst case scenario. But yeah, I do understand what you're referring to when you talk about Yoshi P's comments, because he's made it pretty clear, like, that they really are trying to get away to a degree from what people expect from a Final Fantasy game combat wise. And this really is truly going into I almost want to say uncharted territory for Final Fantasy gameplay, So that's interesting, Sewell. Aaron Yogurt, you're saying Final Fantasy 16 looking like Devil May Cry 5 might not be bad, as long as the areas don't give you a preview of spawned enemies every 5 minutes like in DMC, then I'm hooked. Yeah, that was the one thing about the previews that I did take note of, is they made it clear every time they showed the gameplay that this was a specific vertical slice of Final Fantasy 16 that's meant for preview. And the thing that a lot of previewers said is that it was really, really linear. Like, it was a chunk of gameplay that was just meant to really highlight the overall combat. And they have no idea what to expect when it comes to like navigating the world and exploration and how vast or not vast it may or may not be. And that to me is something where it's like, okay, there's clearly other parts of this game that they're holding back. And I mean, for me, I'm sold on the combat. I'm sold on. I feel like I'm mostly sold on the entirety of this game because one of the things they did say very specifically recently is that they purposely didn't want to make an open world game. And I'll just be honest when I say this, man. That's so refreshing to hear. It really, I'm so tired of open world games. I am. And I mean literally tired. Not like oh man, I hate open world or open world's the worst. No. Some of the best games I've ever played are open world, and some of the best games I will play will be open world. Spider-Man 2 is going to be open world. What I just mean is that it's just nice to see a big, massive AAA game that's confident enough to say, we didn't want this to be open world, and it doesn't have to be open world, and we just want it to be. It's not like, so everything we've heard about Final Fantasy 16, it's not like super linear. Like, I don't think anybody necessarily wants a completely on rails like corridor linear game. You know, that's a little bit too closed in. But I just like the idea that you're going to be put into an area and it's not that big. It's like big enough to where you can explore a couple different corners and discover a couple things, but it's not going to be overwhelming. And that's pretty much what most of the game's going to be from section to section. I like that. The thing that bothers me a lot of times about open world games is the fact that too many of them try to do the same thing, and it just begins to feel like work, you know? And I get it. Like, I understand that we have to spread the collectibles all throughout. We have to, we have to make it so that you're having an encounter every like minute and a half, or else it's just going to be boring or whatever. Like, I don't know. They're two completely different design philosophies, and some are done much better than others. But what I do know is that when I play too many open world games back to back, I really get burnt out on them, where I'm like, I just want I want to play something that just makes me feel like I'm progressing in a linear fashion, because sometimes that's what my brain really craves. And that's the best way I could explain it. When I'm dropped into an open world, I feel like I'm not progressing in the way that I would want to. And that to me can get kind of frustrating at times. But it really is dependent upon how it's handled. And so I guess I'm just saying that in a world, in a AAA gaming world where, every game that's trying to be the biggest and best, or most games, basically they start by saying open world. God of War was an open world, and it's amazing that it wasn't, because it didn't need to be. That's the perfect example, in my opinion, of like a semi-open world game where you have these bigger areas that can be fleshed out and explored. And I will admit, there were segments of God of War that genuinely did feel like this could have been open world, but it still kind of funnels you in a way where it's almost impossible to not be able to just progress. You can't really get lost necessarily. At least I don't think so, right? So yeah, I was really happy to hear that. And I'm curious to see. I'm like curious to see when they say it's semi-open world, how open are these areas exactly? That's what I'm curious to find out. Okay, Leo Jimmy, thank you so much, man. That's a very, very generous donation, $50. You're saying, can't really tell what the hell is going on. I ended up in Kalid before I got the horse, playing blind. I don't know how I have 240 hours and I have been nowhere, just stumbling into stuff. Friends said I'm OP. Teleport to Volcano Manor. Dude, that is like one of the funniest, like that's sincerely one of the funniest super chats I ever read, because it's just like, I don't think I've ever quite felt so like, that's so relatable, man. A lot of what you just said is so relatable. And it's ironic because of what we just talked about, what I just discussed. It sounds like it's kind of affecting you with Elden Ring's open world. You're saying you're playing blind, and that isn't. How do you end up in Caelid before you get the horse? That's wild, man. That is wild. You have 240 hours. Dude, I'm just trying to get an idea in my head of how you're playing this game, bro, because that sounds insane. 240 hours. Your friends are saying you're OP. But you know what, dude? That's what's interesting to me about the way you're playing this game is it almost sounds like you're in this kind of like middle area that you shouldn't be in yet, but you're still there 240 hours in where you don't fully, I don't say understand, but I mean, you basically say it yourself. You don't know what the hell's going on. But like, I imagine that something's going to happen at some point, assuming that you're not going to give up on the game, right? I assume that what's going to happen, Leo, is you're going to hit like the 350 hour mark, possibly the 400 hour mark, and just something's going to change. Something's going to shift. Something's going to click. And you're just going to, it's basically like the scene in The Matrix when Neo looks at the agents and he doesn't see the agents anymore. He just sees the code, you know? That's going to be you with Elden Ring at the rate you're going. Because something is not clicking yet, right? Like you're overpowered, you're 240 hours in, but you're not sure what's going on. And I feel like, dude, that's literally Neo from The Matrix, where it's all right there, man. Like, you can stop the bullets. Like, you can rule this world. You just got to see it. And I think that's what's going to happen. I love that. That's awesome. That's really funny, dude. So you'll have to update me. But I will say, before moving on from the super chat, is the reason why I feel like this super chat is so relatable is because, dude, I don't think I've ever played a game like Elden Ring is a game that really made me feel like it's not that I didn't know what I was doing, because I'm an experienced Soulsborne person. Like, I've beaten Bloodborne, I've beaten all the Dark Souls games, and I put hundreds of hours into the Souls games. And so I really thought that like I had a major advantage going into Elden Ring. And with some things I definitely did, but I was just not prepared for how overwhelmed I was going to feel by that world and by just like, you know, everything there is to do and everything there is to discover and everything there is to master. And I felt like, dude, I am losing my grip on this one here. And even, I gotta say, even by the time I beat the game, almost 100 hours, I beat the game and I'm like, I don't know. I still feel like I suck. I guess what I'm trying to say, Leo, is that I feel like that would be me, right? I feel like if I kept playing Elden Ring and I didn't put it down, I could easily see myself getting to the 250 hour mark and still being like, I'm, because even in the game, I was kind of overpowered as well. I grinded my character to like what level? I'm trying to like level 150 or something like that, or 160. So I was definitely powerful, and I still was struggling. I'm like, I can't. What's wrong with me? And I just felt like I tried to grind my way out of getting good, you know, and that's where I kind of realized, like, man, the only way I'm going to really master this game and get good at it is I'm going to have to really dig in and basically make this the only game I play for a long time. And I don't think I was ready to do that at that time. And that's what's interesting about the Elden Ring DLC being announced. It almost makes me feel like, I don't know, like maybe that'll be my way of going back into it. But if there's one thing I know about From Software's DLC, is they're going to make the DLC so much harder than the base game. They are. And that's where I'm just like, you know, I don't know. I really don't know. But man, I will say, did you guys see how much attention how much attention that single tweet from the official Elden Ring account announcing the DLC got. Oh my God. This game is an absolute juggernaut, dude. So thank you for that generous super chat, Leo. I really appreciate the support, man. And I hope I hope you figure it out, man. You'll have to update me as you continue to play and let me know your experience. That's awesome. Space D, you're saying, I think the real issue is that JRPGs don't sell well. I mean, I can't really speak too much to that because frankly, I follow sales, but I don't follow them close enough to be able to speak to like how well JRPGs do or do not sell. But that's an interesting prospect. You know, the idea that you want like that a developer might refrain from calling their game a JRPG out of fear that if it's labeled a JRPG, it automatically might not sell that well. I don't know. I can't say if there's any truth to that, Space D. Subtext, you're saying Yoshi P's JRPG comments, just like you don't think of Metal Gear Solid or From Software games as Japanese, that's the broad appeal they're going for. Just like the OG Final Fantasy VII reached far beyond that core. Interesting. Yeah, so I kind of half agree with this in a way because, to be honest, it is kind of again, I don't mean to keep using the same word, fascinating, but when I look behind me, I have, a poster, canvas here dedicated to Dark Souls, which is, From Software, a Japanese developer. So I don't even know if you can see it. My camera would be blocking it, but that's what it is. And then obviously to my right, I have Old Snake from Metal Gear Solid, and I talk all the time about how these are like my favorite games ever, and specifically Metal Gear Solid. And I am American, right? And Metal Gear Solid to me, I don't know, when I was younger and when I first started playing these games, I didn't really think about the fact that they were Japanese. I just didn't. Like, I think I knew. I'm like, oh, Kojima Productions, or like I knew that it was from Japan. But I just didn't think about it. I just thought like, man, these games are awesome, And it was as I got older, I started to like think about it more and analyze it more. And I'm like, wow, it's kind of interesting to me that this game series I love so much. And I feel like there's so much about the Metal Gear Solid games that just kind of radiate like something American about it, I don't know, like it just like the culture, I don't know. And I realized like, well, Hideo Kojima's, Japanese. He's from Japan, but he clearly has such an interest in American culture that he decided like that's kind of what he wanted to a degree focus on, and at that and inject into his games. And I don't know that was done. I mean, I'm sure Kojima's talked about it in the past. I don't know if that was done like purposely. Like, I don't think Kojima did that because he says in his mind, like, if I make this game more American, then it might do better. I think he just had that genuine fascination, and there's that word again, with with American culture and Western culture. And he wanted to kind of, do some commentary on that. And it's funny because one thing I do remember that Hideo Kojima said is that Snake is his avatar. That's how he views the character Snake, as his avatar. And that's just so funny to me because it's like that's basically Kojima saying that he kind of views himself, or an alternate version of himself, as like this, rugged, American soldier, basically, or like spy. And that's just kind of, that's interesting to me. And so I kind of understand what they're saying. It's these games. I think it's important to look at the roots of these games and to, Snake is basically Kurt Russell. I think it's important to always look at these games and the roots and figure out, where does it come from? Because to me, that's a lot of times just as interesting as what the end result is. And when I see an amazing game, or I watch an amazing movie, or I see an amazing show, or I read an amazing book, I kind of, not every time, not all the time, but a lot of times I do want to learn more about what's behind it. Like where does this originate from? I want to learn more. I want more insight into it. And I think that's kind of the beauty of it to a degree with a lot of these games is, and for me, I just keep thinking about Metal Gear because Metal Gear for me was the most natural progression of it started as this is just something that on the surface appeals to me, something I really enjoy, something I played and I think is just so awesome. And then as the years went on and I really just started looking deeper and deeper and I wanted to know more and I wanted to get more insight. And, now we've reached a point where the creator of the Metal Gear Solid series, Hideo Kojima, has his own podcast. And I go on Twitter and I keep seeing, even just the past couple days, Kojima's out here tweeting out his thoughts on Metal Gear Solid, on his past games that he made and what went behind it, what went into it. And there's a I don't know, I guess what I'm trying to say is like you can learn a lot about different cultures and even how different cultures view your culture, and a lot of these different things that I think are good and worth kind of soaking in a little bit. So, but yeah, Yoshi P's comments, I get it. It's you do have to, and this is the last thing I'll say about this particular super chat is, you mentioned games like From Software, Metal Gear Solid. You're kind of right in that these games kind of elevate to a point where it doesn't matter that they're Japanese. It becomes almost like a genre of its own. And I think that if I had to assume what they're trying to go for with Final Fantasy 16 is something similar to that, but I guess it's kind of strange because I feel like, hasn't Final Fantasy kind of already achieved that? Maybe I'm wrong in that assessment, but I feel like if there's a series out there, that's kind of already has already achieved that, it has to be Final Fantasy, right? Maybe not though. I don't know. Maybe this is their way of trying to really. It almost makes you wonder, like, are they trying to reinvent Final Fantasy a little bit? I don't know. Now I'm starting to get a little bit off the rails here, but interesting conversation nonetheless. Sewell, you're saying Final Fantasy 16's villain is a little girl? Just a guess. I don't know. Yeah, that's the thing is I've seen that little girl in a lot of the trailers, and I've seen the artwork, and I'm like, I don't know any. All I know about Final Fantasy 16 stories is that there are a bunch of different kingdoms and they're fighting over crystals. That's all I know. And they're I think if I'm understanding correctly, these crystals are the summons, or maybe I'm confused about that. But that's basically all I know. And that's okay because I don't want to know much. Frankly, that was kind of the beauty of of playing Final Fantasy VII Remake for me. You're saying that's Final Fantasy in a nutshell. I mean, the beauty of playing Final Fantasy VII Remake is I didn't know anything. Like, the only thing I knew about Final Fantasy VII was just I knew Cloud, I knew Buster Sword, I knew Sephiroth, and I knew that the game, was considered an all-time great. That's all I knew. And so, that's what kind of made it so great going into it. I was pretty much blind. And that's how I still feel like I'm pretty blind to Final Fantasy 16. When it comes to, like, I don't really understand much of what's happening. And yeah, as you guys have told me, each game is different. So you guys are pretty much, in the same boat as me. So we'll figure it out. I don't know. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. Broccoli Rob, you're saying rumor is that if the Activision Blizzard King deal goes through, Sony goes for Take-Two Interactive. Okay, Broccoli Rob, you see, you guys were saying I was mellow. You guys said, somebody said, MBG, you're pretty mellow today. Leo Jimmy, you know what? Hold on. I'm going to read Leo Jimmy's super chat here before I respond, Broccoli Rob, because I have a bone to pick. I'm going to try my best to remain pretty chill, because I feel like I've been pretty chill this podcast, and I enjoy it. You know, I enjoy kind of just a calm discussion, but I'm very annoyed. Not at you, Broccoli Rob, but yes, I've seen this. I'm going to discuss this, potentially rant about it in just a moment. Leo Jimmy, you're saying, okay, last update. Not farmed yet, level 93. Beat Radon, Rena, Margit. I figure trophies means they are main boss. I know where to go. Actually, if I'm not mistaken, somebody correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure there is a trophy for like all the bosses, or like almost all of them. Like there are a bunch of side bosses that are not required to complete Elden Ring that there are trophies for. So you might want to keep that in mind. If you get a trophy for a boss, I think it's like the higher level or like more kind of standout side bosses, not like the really mini ones that you would find. I mean, there's like so many there's so many bosses in Elden Ring. There's like so many different tiers. There's like the mini boss, the mini boss, and then like the, you know, the almost main boss, and then the main boss. And then when you get to the main boss, there's like three different phases that make you want to lose your mind. Dude, I don't know, man. I'm going to have to go back and re-experience Elden Ring, because the more I think about Elden Ring, the more I start to feel like I don't know if my experience was as enjoyable as I think it was. Like I feel like that game was like a sigh of relief when I beat it, where I was like, oh my God. Like I told you guys the stories where I sucked so bad at that game for some reason, where I got dragged across the finish line. I was not beating bosses on my own at the end. I was summoning people desperately, trying to just, please God, help me get through this boss, because I can't do this. And I even told you guys that one time I summoned Jesus, and he helped me out. It was good times. See, it's moments like that. But Leo, you might want to keep that in mind. And you're saying, I just instinctively go the opposite direction. I have a problem with Japanese games the best. I have a prob Japanese games the best. Well, yeah, so I think it's fine though, man, because even though Elden Ring is massive, even though there's so much there, I will tell you, like, if you are that type of person where you want, it sounds like to me like you want to go off the beaten path and you want to really just see what's out there. And I don't know that there's a game that does it better than, I mean, maybe like a Rockstar game, but Elden Ring does that really, 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 really well. And there are things, at least in my time, even my short time playing it, because I know people put hundreds of hours into it, there are things you're going to find that you're like, huh, I was not expecting this. I mean, for me, one of the things that was interesting in Elden Ring, where there were just multiple times where I'm just like, I'm going to explore, and I find a dragon, and I know automatically, I'm like, I'm going to die. Like, I'm not going to, there's no chance I beat this dragon, except for the first time. The first time I came across a dragon, I really had it in my mind, like, oh, here we go. I'm ready for this. And I had no idea, just no idea how not ready I was. And I insta-died. And I was like, oh. But yeah, Leo, I gotta say, it's, you're level 93. I don't know. I mean, I don't know that would level 93 be considered overpowered? Like, to me, I don't know that I would consider myself overpowered at level 93. I feel like you're probably close to like endgame potentially, but I don't know. Nothing I'm saying matters to you, Leo Jimmy, because the reality is, dude, I was level 160 and I still felt like I needed to be dragged across the finish line. So do not listen to me. Do not take any advice from me when it comes to Elden Ring. All I can say is that enjoy the experience. You know, you're saying you just want to go in the opposite direction, then go in the opposite direction, man. I'm sure you keep playing it long enough, you're gonna figure it all out. That's the thing about a game like Elden Ring, is if you are somebody who goes into that game blind, if you're somebody who goes in saying, I live here now, you're gonna learn that game inside and out. And I think for a lot of people, and I've had these experiences as well, it's just been a long time since I've had this experience. For a lot of people, that is the best way to play a game, because there's literally no feeling more satisfying than just going through that entire journey. And then you eventually, as I said, you just hit that point where you just know. You just understand this game and this experience and everything that encapsulates it on another level that, you know, normies like myself just won't comprehend. So I think to a lot of people, I know that sounds like a weird way of putting it, but I think to a lot of people, that is what makes games like Elden Ring and even the Souls games that came before it special. Alrighty, here comes rant time. Okay, I'm going to rant a little bit, and then we're going to go into the second topic, which is to talk all about Sony seemingly, I don't know, man, getting more recoil on their shot than they were expecting. Okay, so for context, Broccoli Rob says, the rumor has it that if the Activision Blizzard King deal goes through, Sony is going to go after Take-Two Interactive. So the first thing you're probably asking yourself is, Broccoli Rob, where did you hear this? Who's the source of this? You might think to yourself, okay, well, and no offense, Broccoli Rob, this isn't to you, but like, you know, Broccoli Rob over here on MBG's channel just throwing out a random super chat. Sounds like it could have been something you made up, Broccoli Rob. So over the past couple days, I've seen multiple headlines written up about this. And I even saw a video. Is my camera out of focus? It's, sorry, I think I don't know why it's so severely out of focus. The one time. How long has it been like this? There we go. I have it on passive focus because I couldn't get it to focus right manually. So I'll try to keep an eye on that. I thought it was just, I could see it on the top left of my screen here, and I thought it was just like, you know, bad quality on my end. Not that the camera was out of focus, but hopefully it doesn't keep doing that. But anyway, I saw a video that was made on this, and the content creator who made the video is the same guy who does the channel Unbox Therapy. Now, I don't follow this guy, and I don't follow Unbox Therapy, but what I know about Unbox Therapy is they have 18 million subscribers. So it's a massive, massive channel. But he has a side channel that he just kind of talks about stuff. And I did come across a video where it was titled something along the lines of like, Sony's next acquisition could be massive or something like that. And I noticed the upload date was like 1 day ago. And I'm like, well, did I miss something? Yeah, Lou Later, I think, is Later Clips. Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah. And I thought to myself, did I miss something? I mean, I follow this stuff, you know, extremely closely. So I clicked on it, and, you know, he was reading through this article that was written up by some website I never heard of, who wrote it up because they sourced another website that I also never heard of, who was the first to report on it. And I'm like, I'm trying to figure out, like, where is this coming from? Like, I know it's slow news. I know it's, and believe me, as a content creator who relies on a lot of news and even rumors and leaks, I get it, I get it. But I'm like, I haven't heard a single word about this, but now I'm seeing articles written up. I'm seeing a video being made on it. I'm like, surely this has to come from somewhere somewhat credible, right? To garner this much attention, and something that I missed. And so I dug deeper, and I found out it came from a Twitter user. I'm trying to remember his name. He blocked me, like, for some reason. I never heard of this person before, or I maybe came across them like one time in the past, like Rythian or something. I think they have like 2,000 followers or something like that. And I got pretty upset because I was just like, there's no way. Like, there's no way that we have gotten to a point where we are now seeing articles written up, attention being given, videos being made on literal, and I've made this mistake before, so I speak from experience. There are lines here, is what I'm trying to say. Like, there are lines. And in my opinion, this is where the line was crossed. Like, I understand that there are quote unquote insiders and leakers that have a kind of like back in, like a seesaw like track record where some stuff they get right, other stuff they get wrong. And unfortunately for the, when it comes to the nature of leakers and insiders, you get one thing wrong, that's going to weigh on you a lot more than if you get 5 things right. You know what I mean? When it comes to leakers and insiders who are actually trying to build up a reputation and be considered credible, it's one of these situations where you really don't want to be wrong, because you can be right 9 out of 10 times, but that one time you're wrong, people are gonna be pretty upset with you and not really have that type of respect for you anymore. That's just the nature of the game. But what bothered me about this is I did come across this person's Twitter a long time ago, and this is a person, and I'm not trying to call anybody out. It's not a personal thing, but it's just the fact that, like, he's not even the problem. I'm going to be honest. Like, he's not the problem. The Twitter user is not the problem. The problem are people who are, like, running with this without even taking a second to consider that this might just be a random dude on Twitter who's just throwing stuff, tweeting stuff out all the time, making guesses, and maybe they're right like once out of every 30 guesses or 50 guesses. Like, that's not an insider. You know what I mean? That's not a source. That's a random person making guesses every day where eventually maybe they get, the stars align and they get one thing right. It's not because they knew, it's because they guessed. And this is very different from, say, somebody who doesn't constantly make guesses, but they put out a couple things here and there, and some things they get correct, some things they don't. I see, Hanzo, you're saying, MBG, did you watch that Moore's Law and NXG talk? I did. Yeah, it was interesting. We're getting more stuff from certain podcast circles. Again, it's hard to say what's believable and what's not, but this is the thing about this. That rumor is not one that, if you were going to pick a rumor from a Twitter user who's just throwing stuff at the wall to write an article on and to report on, that's not the one you want to do. The one where they say, I heard from 3 trusted sources that if this Activision Blizzard deal comes through or goes through, Sony's going to go after Take-Two Interactive. Like, really? Who are your sources? Jim Ryan? Is Jim Ryan your source? Is Hiroki Totoki your source? Is Kenichiro Yoshida your source? Because these are things that no one knows. Okay? Like, we've been down this road. And that's why I'm putting so much emphasis on it, because I get it. I remember after Sony got Bungie, there were constant rumors and speculation about, oh man, Sony's going to go after From Software and they might go for Square Enix. And we did hear rumors from other people where it's like, oh, I heard this, I heard that. It's like one thing that we know for sure at this point is if you hear a rumor or a leak about a studio acquisition, you can automatically throw it in the trash. Doesn't mean that it won't be true, but it means that that's not something that leaks in the traditional way. It's something that it's a deal that's up in the air and it can fall apart at any moment. At any moment. You know? And I learned this. Like, I learned by following this stuff that there are occasionally some rumors that come out about like a studio getting acquired or is going to get acquired. And, you know, for example, more recently we talked about Ballistic Moon potentially being acquired by Sony. And the reason why that rumor it wasn't even really a rumor. I guess it is because it wasn't official, but that didn't come from somebody saying that Sony bought Ballistic Moon. That came from Sony themselves possibly giving it away in a job ad. And then after that, a website that's apparently costs a lot of money and is a professional website claiming that they were acquired. And, you know, it's just like we look at that, it's like, oh, okay, well, maybe they did acquire them. But that's very different from somebody coming out and being like, yeah, I heard that Sony's going to acquire Take-Two Interactive if Microsoft gets Activision Blizzard. Like no one knows that. No one would know that. Not a single person would ever see that coming. A deal, like, I don't think people understand that a deal like that, if it were to ever happen, which it wouldn't, first of all, it's not that Sony couldn't afford it. It's that, first of all, Take-Two Interactive wouldn't want to sell. Second of all, that would be such a risky purchase for Sony, it probably wouldn't be worth it, ultimately. So, you know, putting that aside, right? Like, if you can even just believe for a second that Take-Two Interactive would be willing to sell to Sony and that Sony would somehow be willing to go to the Bank of Japan and take that type of loan out that could sink their entire company in one fell swoop if something goes wrong. If you can believe that and get over that hurdle, then you also have to believe that a deal like that, that's so high up there with maybe 4 people at most, maybe 4 or 5 people at most even know about it. Having these high discussions in high places, right? Because here's the thing about situations like that. If big merger and acquisitions leak, that can be cataclysmic from a legal perspective. That can be disastrous. Hence why no one knows about it. Hence why only like 3, 4, 5 people at one time know about it. And it can actually be incredibly dangerous and damaging if things like that begin to leak. And it can actually, believe it or not, if a massive acquisition that's in the talks leaks, that could be what stops it from happening. Think about that. That could be what stops it from happening. But again, the problem lies in the fact that this is just a random person on Twitter who's been throwing shit out here on Twitter over and over and over and over and over again for literally years. And suddenly they're getting articles written up about them. I just saw another one yesterday, guys. I just saw another one yesterday where I'm seeing articles written up. I'm seeing things being reported on. And it's talking about the PlayStation 6. And I'm like, whoa, did I miss something? Like, did I miss something? Because I'm over here thinking, like, I'm going to take a couple days off because there's nothing going on right now, you know? And I looked into it and it was like a report that Mark Cerny, you're saying you have to be looking for these articles. I don't know, man. I follow a lot of stuff on Twitter and I just see it like pop up and I'm like, oh. And there's like some websites that I don't know. I'm gonna have to stop following because they're just not, they're not helpful. but it was like a rumor that claimed that Mark Cerny is going to be heading up the PlayStation 6. And again, I like went to go follow this rumor to the source, and the source was, again, another Twitter user that I never heard of with a very small following called like Worrywart or something. I don't know. And they just put out a tweet claiming this. And I'm just like, oh, okay. Like, I mean, did anybody think for a second that Mark Cerny wasn't going to be, like why wouldn't Mark Cerny head up the PlayStation 6? But even then, it's like, again, I just have to wonder, like, why? Again, I know it's slow news, but Jesus, man, it gets egregious. It gets egregious, and it gets annoying. It gets really annoying because I see what happens. One of the most disturbing things, and this is where I'll end this little rant here, is when I saw that video that was made. The guy talking about Sony potentially acquiring Take-Two Interactive from this literal, no-name source. No one in the comments questioned it, Like, I was reading the comments and people were just naturally speculating on whether or not that would happen or not. I'm like, dude, somebody has to jump in here and be like, who's saying this? Who's making this claim? Because this is an outlandish claim, And no one was asking. And I'm just like, this is the problem right here, man. This is the problem right here where it's, things get taken too far, lines get crossed, and it just causes confusion. I get it. I cover a lot of leaks. I cover a lot of rumors. And yes, I have covered rumors and leaks in the past that have turned out to be nonsense. And that's the nature of the beast. But as somebody who's trying to get better at sorting through, like, what's worth covering, what's believable versus what seems like it's just ridiculous, and just completely like, what? This stuff, seeing stuff like that, it's not helping the situation. But anyway, I have a couple of super chats here from Subtext. You're saying part 1, more on Final Fantasy 16. The creators of Final Fantasy 16 worked on Final Fantasy spin-off games like Final Fantasy Tactics that were basically Game of Thrones before Game of Thrones. That's actually really interesting. I never knew that. And you're saying part 2, Final Fantasy Tactics was inspired by real-life medieval conflicts like War of the Roses. This seems similar, very dark, very political, but with a fantasy twist like those big summon battles in Final Fantasy 16. And actually, yeah, that's kind of, I can kind of get that Game of Thrones vibe a little bit with Final Fantasy 16, but I didn't know their history that deep. I didn't know that they, well, first of all, I don't know much about Final Fantasy Tactics, but I didn't know that you're saying it's basically Game of Thrones before Game of Thrones. So that's fascinating. Again, I apologize. That's, I think, probably the 10th time I've used the word fascinating. I get annoyed at that sometimes, when I'm listening to people talk a lot and they keep using the same word over and over again. And I'm now doing that thing where I just use the same word over and over again. What word should I use instead of fascinating? That's intriguing. There we go. That's intriguing. It's pretty much the same thing, though. Yeah, notion. I'm going to keep using the word notion. But I appreciate that subtext. I like the dark, and yeah, you're right. It is a little bit more political too. I definitely get that vibe with it, and I'm curious. I am curious to see how Final Fantasy 16 story plays out, because I do wonder if we will have a situation where like the story is going to be like, oh, it was okay, but man, that gameplay, or if they're going to be able to nail it on all fronts. Can they nail the story, the gameplay, the just the semi-open world? Can they nail every aspect of this game? We will find out soon enough. It's not that far now. It's just a couple months away. Crazy to think. All right. With that being said, though, it's time to move on to the ongoing Activision Blizzard King Microsoft acquisition. As I wrote down here, Sony's attempt to block the Activision Blizzard King deal seemingly backfires on them. So I have a couple of things that I want to read here just so we're all up to speed and we all understand what's going on. So, first off, I have an article here from Push Square that was published on Friday, and it says European Union likely to pass Xbox's $69 billion buyout of Activision. According to Reuters, apparently I kept saying that wrong in a video. I kept calling him Reuters, but it's actually pronounced Reuters. According to a Reuters report, the European Union will apparently not object to Microsoft's unprecedented $69 billion buyout of Activision Blizzard. The Redmond firm went on a charm offensive in Brussels last week, signing a variety of deals with Nintendo and Nvidia GeForce Now, promising Call of Duty for at least 10 years should the deal clear. During a press event in which Xbox paraded its minuscule market share compared to PlayStation, suit Brad Smith held aloft a contract for Sony awaiting its signature. And it looks like it did the job. Sources claim that the EU is unlikely to object to the deal going through, and it'll not demand Microsoft sell off some of the assets, as had been proposed by the UK's Competition Markets Authority in a statement released shortly after the latest rounds of reports. The Windows maker reiterated that it's, quote, committed to offering effective and easily enforceable solutions that address the European Commission's concerns, end quote. It added, quote, our commitment to grant long-term 100% equal access to Call of Duty to Sony, Steam, Nvidia, and others preserves the deal's benefits to gamers and developers and increases competition in the market, end quote. Of course, while this would be a big win for Microsoft, there's still a long road left before it clears. As mentioned above, the company still needs to win over the UK's CMA and the USA's Federal Trade Commission. Earlier this week, a court ruling concluded that Sony will need to share sensitive documents with its rival, that being Microsoft, regarding its own exclusivity relationships with other publishers. Okay, so this is part one that we have to cover because this is a big deal. So for those who have been following, we saw Microsoft basically go to the EU and, fight their case, basically. Make the case that we need Activision Blizzard and you guys should let this go through. And, there was a lot of speculation after Microsoft's president, Brad Smith, did this that, okay, maybe this was enough to make the EU be like, okay, you convinced us. And now we're getting a report that claims that's exactly what they did. It's worth noting this is not official yet. Okay, this isn't official. We didn't get the official announcement from the EU regulatory body that go ahead, Microsoft, but we're getting reports from what would be considered credible sources. If I had to guess, I'm gonna say yeah. I think maybe they're gonna pass it. I see you saying if the EU accepts it, then that's a wrap. Well, that's the thing about the situation. If I had to guess. Again, I'm not an expert, but I would guess that if Microsoft can get the European regulator to pass this, it's going to give them a lot of momentum, and it's going to put an incredible amount of pressure on the CMA and the FTC. Now, based off of my understanding and the research I've done into this, this is basically where it stands. The FTC, or the Federal Trade Commission, which is the USA's regulatory body, is suing Microsoft over this deal, as we know. And Microsoft has made it clear they're going to go to court, and they're going to fight this in court. So they're going to fight the FTC. And what I've looked into, it seems that Microsoft definitely has the edge here, and that there's a pretty good chance Microsoft is going to beat the FTC in court, because based off of everything that we know right now, the FTC simply does not have a strong enough argument to stop this. And I've heard that the main, so you might ask yourself, well, if the FTC, surely they would be aware that if they don't have an argument strong enough to win this battle in court, then why would they try taking them to court? From what I've gathered, it seems to be that the FTC was kind of hoping that with them threatening to take Microsoft to court and then deciding that they're going to sue them, that would be enough to basically scare Microsoft off and be like, you know what, this isn't worth it. We're not even going to take a chance. We're not going to fight it. You know what I mean? And basically end it. FTC would try to end it before it even starts. Yeah, and that's the thing is it is like the equivalent of like the FTC pointing at an unloaded gun, and Microsoft is calling their bluff, and now that Microsoft's calling their bluff, the FTC is maybe sweating a little bit, like, oh shit, does he know? Does he know? Does he know our gun's unloaded? And that seems to be what's happening in this situation. And when it comes to the CMA, this is where I'm a little bit. I'm still kind of confused with the CMA because I'm assuming that it can only go the same way, right? If Microsoft can win against the FTC in court, we don't know if they will, but it seems like it's in their favor to win. Then surely they can win against the CMA as well. And it just seems to me like we're starting to see the picture is becoming a little bit more clear. Excuse me, a little bit more clear. Where, yeah, guys, if I want to talk about this from the perspective of Sony. That's the important thing about this conversation. A lot of the conversation that I've had about this, and I probably will get a little bit personal. By that, I mean, I'll probably inject my own personal bias here and there, but I'm going to try my best to just talk from the perspective of Sony because I feel like this is what's most relevant right now. As this article pointed out, and we did cover this in a video, the FTC has ruled that Sony does have to share their third-party exclusivity information about PlayStation to Microsoft. And when I say that Sony's attempt to block the Activision Blizzard deal is backfiring, that's exactly what I'm talking about here. Because I want to put it, think of this. Consider this. This originally started when Microsoft basically had to get everybody in the gaming industry to agree to their deal for Call of Duty. And Sony, prior to even that deal, Sony was like, this is a problem. This is bad for gamers. This is bad for us. This is bad for them. This is bad for the entire industry. Sony made it clear that they're not okay with this. And, they flew to Brussels multiple times. Jim Ryan did apparently to have meetings and express their concerns. And then, Microsoft offered them a 3-year deal to which Jim Ryan was like, unacceptable. 3 years? Are you kidding me? Unacceptable. Which I agree that's pretty bad. That's pretty bad contract. And I think Jim Ryan made the right call and Sony made the right call not agreeing to that contract. So then Microsoft revised their contract and they came back and they say, okay, 10 years. Not only will we offer 10 years to you, Sony, we'll offer it to Nintendo, to Steam, or Valve. Valve came out and said, we don't even need a contract. We trust you. We trust you're going to keep Call of Duty on. That makes Sony look real bad. That makes Sony look real bad because, let's face it, Valve is a competitor to a degree. But then again, we do have to understand that Valve is not, Microsoft is PC. Like, I don't think Microsoft is going to ever take Call of Duty off PC or Steam. It wouldn't make sense. So I can understand why Sony's more hesitant and not going to basically, be on. I think it's understandable why Sony isn't, taking the same exact route as Valve and saying, we trust you. It's understandable why they're not doing that. But at the same time, when you have Nintendo, Valve, and now even Nvidia signing this deal, it's really beginning to put Sony in a corner. And now Microsoft is, to get back at Sony, because I did talk about this previously, where Sony has been a big thorn in Microsoft's side with this whole thing. Microsoft has not been happy with Sony. Sony's made it clear that they are being stubborn as a mule. And now Microsoft has subpoenaed Sony. And as we covered, Microsoft basically went to the FTC and they said, I don't know if they went to the FTC, but they went to someone where they're like, look, we want every single piece of documentation from Sony and the PlayStation business from 2012 to now. And Sony was like, Are you kidding me right now? Like, you're not getting, no way. Sony turned to the FTC and they said that's harassment. Microsoft even asked for performance reviews of their executives, such as Jim Ryan. And apparently the reason why they would want to do this is because Microsoft wants to know, does somebody like Jim Ryan, does he get big bonuses if he can sign X amount of exclusivity deals for the PS5? Does he get a big check, a big bonus? Basically, Microsoft is, and I think Microsoft, to me, it becomes a little bit clear here what Microsoft tried to do. See, it's pretty simple. No one can deny that Microsoft asking for every piece of information from 2012, including performance reviews, to now is ridiculous. We can all agree that's ridiculous, but that's the point. Microsoft wanted it to be ridiculous and asked for something that's just totally unreasonable, so that way it's all the easier for them to get something that seems a lot more reasonable. And it seems that it worked because the FTC turned to Sony. Sony says, we don't want to do any of this. Quash this. Get rid of this, right? Get rid of this. We don't want to have to, we shouldn't have to give anything. We don't want to give anything. And the FTC turned to Sony and said, no, you're going to have to you need to give them all your information on third-party exclusivities and every detail regarding them. And see, that's kind of clutch for Microsoft, because basically what Sony has done is they took a situation, they went from a situation where it was all assumptive, right? Everything that people were saying about Sony were based off of assumptions, based off of what we see that's public facing. What I mean by that, again, let's look at Final Fantasy VII Remake. A lot of Xbox fans, or just people who are not happy about Sony trying to block this, they would point out, like, so look at the stuff that Sony does with a lot of their exclusivity deals. I mean, look at the fact that they literally stopped a game like, apparently, it's assumptive. They stopped a game like Final Fantasy VII Remake from ever coming to Xbox, and they're probably going to do the same with Final Fantasy 16 and games like Silent Hill 2 Remake, and we've seen them do it with other games in the past. And, basically people pointing out that Microsoft is playing the same game that Sony is, just at a much higher level, at a much more expensive level that Sony simply can't afford. So now that, because Sony can't afford it, now they're crying about it and saying this isn't fair. Now, I'm trying to highlight the fact that there's no proof. Okay, like right now, there's no concrete proof that Sony ever paid. Again, it's assuming. There's no proof that Sony ever paid. Nobody came out and said, yeah, Sony paid X amount to purposely ensure that this game doesn't release on Xbox. It's just assumed. And people would make arguments that maybe Square Enix just didn't want to release these games on Xbox. Maybe it just didn't make financial sense. You're saying there's proof that they paid to keep Village off of Game Pass. And yeah, and that's the thing, is like, you see stuff like that start to come out. And here, I'll tell you right now, and this is where I really think Sony may have stepped on the rake here. Like, I really think Sony may have overextended their reach. We need to understand who Sony is going up against right now. Sony is going up against Microsoft. And I know that when it comes to PlayStation and Xbox, we see how PlayStation they have been dominant for many years. And a lot of people look at it as like Sony just, they're much more cunning, and they just have they're just so much better than Microsoft. They're so much more competent, and they're so much smarter. I don't know that people are actually using these terms, but it's just the way people talk about it sometimes. But let's not forget that Microsoft is, in fact, a direct competitor to Sony and PlayStation, and has been for over 20 years. And with that knowledge, we can surmise that Microsoft is very, very, very familiar and acquainted with these deals and everything that goes behind them, because Microsoft has, maybe it hasn't been recent, but Microsoft has partook in the exact same deals and the exact same type of, business dealings, behind the scenes throughout the years with Xbox, with the original Xbox, the 360, the Xbox One. Not so much again these days because they decided to shift from that to go to just buying publishers. But the reason why I'm pointing this out is because, make no mistake, Microsoft knows or has a very, very, very good idea of the details regarding a lot of these deals. And they know for a fact it's going to make sense. Not only is it going to help them look really good in this current situation, it's going to make Sony look really, really bad. And this is where I just can't help but wonder who at Sony has allowed it to get to this point where it's like, dude, you could have just said, look, we tried to fight it. We thought we could. And hey, we got it. We went from a 3-year deal to a 10-year deal. So we got something good out of it. We'll call it, we'll sign the contract and we'll call it a day. We tried and this is the result. Sony seems to be reaching a level of stubbornness where now they've deemed it that like this was always a risk. Okay. Like their lawyers certainly informed Sony. Keep in mind, their lawyers, their lawyers can't make the decision for them. They can only inform them that or whoever takes care of their legal stuff, right? Somebody there at Sony knew that this was at risk and they decided that this is worth the risk. Somebody approached them and said, so you probably won't have to give all of your information and employee reviews from 2012 to now. Like Microsoft's clearly asking for too much there, but there are some things you probably, like if you keep pushing this and Microsoft, fights it, there probably are going to be things that you're going to have to give them. And there's there's no doubt that one of the first things on that list is third-party exclusivity deals. I see somebody saying, MBG, you're just scared. This has to be done by Sony. Look, man, I'm going to tell you right now, I'm not scared of anything. I've made it pretty clear in the past that Sony has skeletons in the closet. Sony is not innocent. And I think even the most diehard, loyal PlayStation fanboy who cheers on literally everything Sony does knows that to be true. But just like we know that Microsoft isn't innocent either. These are corporations run by executives who will do what they need to do to try to get ahead. And we all know that. And I'm just saying that to me, it's kind of crazy that it's really getting to this point. Now, here's a little theory I have. I could be wrong. Probably am wrong, but it's just something that popped into my head. When I read this article that Sony is now going to have to give this information over to Microsoft, obviously Sony's not happy about that. They don't want to have to do that. But clearly they were prepared to do it. Clearly they knew that this could be a potential outcome. And they wouldn't have continued to pursue Microsoft if they were not prepared for this. Surely not. Maybe I'm giving Sony too much credit. Maybe I'm giving, I don't think I am, because to me that's pretty like, dude, this is some high level stuff going on. Somebody there's got to know, like, wait a second. What if they asked to see our third party deals? I just don't believe for a second that Sony's caught off guard by this. So now I'm looking at the way Sony's been operating for the past year and a half or so. And what crossed my mind is something I've been talking to you guys about at length for many, many months now. It's been well over a year. I think it's actually approaching the year and a half mark, basically since September of 2021. So for all intents and purposes, a year and a half. The only thing Sony has been focused on revealing are third-party exclusivity deals. Even all throughout last year. Death Stranding 2, Silent Hill 2 Remake, Final Fantasy Rebirth, Rise of the Ronin, and I'm sure there's others. And I don't think that they've revealed every one of their third-party deals. Certainly not. But I almost thought to myself, like, was this a strategic move? Did they do this purposely to basically put it out there ahead of time, like publicly anyway? Yeah, Stellar Blade, just publicly putting it out there like, yup, look at us. We are still doing third-party deals. These are third-party deals that we're doing. We are paying for these exclusives. Because I'm just trying to think to myself, at this point in time, what exactly could Sony be hiding that would be so detrimental to them? And that's a genuine question I'm asking. And I'm very curious to see what comes out, because there's no doubt that, I guess what I'm trying to say, if I back it up a little bit here, I guess what I'm trying to say is, it seems to me that after Sony gives this information to Microsoft, assuming some things are now going to become public, and we're going to see some stuff that we were never meant to see, I feel like it's not going to change the conversation, because, again, all of this stuff was already assumed. You know what I'm saying? Like, nobody has been assuming the best of Sony. Nobody's been saying, like, nah, Sony wouldn't do that. No, Sony isn't trying to keep these games. I mean, maybe some people are, but generally speaking, most people are like, yeah, so Sony's doing the scumbag move of buying third-party up exclusives, or trying to, and really painting a really bad picture. So I guess I'm trying to just, again, look at this from the point of view of Sony, where it almost seems like maybe they just figure, what's the worst that could happen at this point? I mean, for me, the worst case scenario for Sony is games that have yet to be revealed, like third-party games, that is, that they secured a while ago that have yet to be formally revealed, end up slipping out from this. Like, to me, that would be bad, obviously. And who knows, maybe for Sony, that's like, hey, that's a risk we're willing to take, right? I mean, if we learned about a Metal Gear Solid PS5 exclusive remake through a court document, I mean, yeah, it'd be like, whoa. But I mean, would it really be whoa? Like, would it really be like, I didn't see that coming? You know what I mean? If we find out that they're going to have the marketing rights to, like, GTA 6 and to get a couple of exclusive bonuses for GTA Online 2.0 or whatever it's going to be, like, is anybody going to be like, whoa, like, I did not see that coming? You know what I'm saying? So, and yes, it does prove Microsoft's point. And that, to me, this is why I'm so curious as to what Sony's end goal here is. Because the thing is, yeah, this does help Microsoft's case. And you know what else happened recently that I found pretty intriguing? Phil Spencer gave an interview recently talking about the Activision Blizzard deal. And there was one thing he said that I thought, you know what? So this is where I really begin to just feel like Sony might be barking up the wrong tree here. Phil Spencer, I thought I had it up here. So I'm paraphrasing, of course, but in the interview, one thing he tried to make clear, which is something that Microsoft has been trying to make clear for some time, which is when it comes to Call of Duty, because that's the big concern here, there's going to be complete parity across every single platform. And he even went as far to say that they're not going to engage in any exclusivity. And I'm pretty sure he even name dropped PlayStation. And you know how what we see Sony do, where they had the little logo on the PlayStation 5 box or the PlayStation 4 box, or anytime there's marketing with Call of Duty and PlayStation, there's that little logo that says, PlayStation exclusive. And it's gotten sad. I'm going to be honest. It's gotten to a point where, like, Sony's paying for XP, like double XP bonuses and stuff, where it's like, bruh, it's like bruh moment there. But we've seen this for many years. And here's the thing, we also have to acknowledge, and it's only fair, we have to acknowledge Microsoft also did this too in their heyday with the 360. All right. We have to understand that Microsoft also partook in this when it was in their best interest to do so. This is why I'm trying to say, like, no one's innocent here. But if you're talking about the here and now and what's making one company look bad and look like they're going to potentially lose an argument versus one company that's looking better and it's looking like the argument's in their favor, Phil Spencer said they're not doing that. Phil Spencer effectively said that we will end all exclusivity for Call of Duty entirely. There will be zero exclusive anything once we get it. And that's like, to me, that's a pretty detrimental blow to Sony, ultimately, at least publicly facing, because it's like, yeah, as a gamer, as somebody who's like looking, as somebody who has viewed that those exclusivity little bonuses that Sony has held on to so desperately for some reason over the years, I always thought that they were complete nonsense. Like, Sony, this just looks dumb. Like, you're like, oh, you get one exclusive skin and some double XP. It's dumb, man. It's dumb. And I get it, like, early access to the beta, still dumb, still pretty dumb. Like, none of this stuff is really helpful. And I understand why Sony does it, because it's strong arming certain people, but it's a really, really, really bad look when you're trying to make the argument that we don't want Microsoft to get Activision Blizzard because it's going to harm gamers and it's bad for gamers, and we are for the gamers. And we're definitely not just trying to protect our bottom line. We care about the gamers. And then you have Phil Spencer come out and say, yeah, if we get Call of Duty, no exclusivity for anybody, not even us. And believe me when I tell you, Microsoft would be well within their right, absolutely, to take all those exclusivity bonuses that Sony has taken advantage of for years now and say, now it's back on Xbox, baby. I mean, I'm shocked that they wouldn't do that. You know what I mean? I mean, obviously right now, it would look bad for Microsoft if they came out and said that, but it's just a fact that, like, this is what Sony is up against. And I'm seriously just wondering, like, who at Sony thinks that this is going to work in their favor? There has to be some type of aspect to this. I have no doubt. I have no doubt that there is an aspect to this from Sony's perspective that I don't fully understand. Because I'm on the outside looking in, okay? Just like everybody else. And what I see is Sony is fighting a losing battle, and it's become very clear now that you're beginning to lose pretty badly. You know what I mean? Like, you're now having to hand over information to your main competitor that you otherwise wouldn't have had to do. You're now beginning to take more heat publicly, and you're basically pissing, or Microsoft is coming out here and pissing off your consumers by basically saying, like, we'll do what Sony won't do. And it's like, it gets to a point. You're saying they haven't lost anything yet. I mean, yeah, technically speaking, they haven't lost anything yet, but I'm just saying, like, at what, I just am curious, at what point does it really become detrimental? That's what I'm trying to figure out. I'm trying to figure out, at what point does Sony decide that this isn't worth the optics? Yeah, the negative optics. This isn't worth the negative press. And clearly somebody at a lawyer, a legal team at Sony is informing them that, no, keep going. Like, keep going. Do not stop. Keep putting your foot on the gas. Don't bend the knee here, because... And I just would like to know why. My best guess, if I had to assume, it's simple. I mean, again, going with Occam's razor, I think my best guess is that Sony's legal team has informed them that, just so you know, you're not losing Call of Duty no matter what. But if you keep fighting this and you keep pushing it, yeah, you're going to get some negative feedback. You're going to get some pushback, and it's going to look bad for a little bit. But you have the best chance of forcing even more concessions out of Microsoft. And At the end of the day, truthfully speaking, that would only be good for Sony. For example, if anything, I may have just answered my own question by going through this, because we started at Microsoft is going to give Sony 3 years for Call of Duty. Sony says, F you, shove it. Then Microsoft comes out and says, okay, we're going to give you 10 years. I just shook my camera. Sorry, 10 years for Call of Duty. And Sony still says, shove it. And then they come out and they say, okay, we're going to do 10 years plus you can put it on PS Plus. And Sony still says, shove it. And then now Microsoft is coming out and saying, and we're going to remove all exclusivity. And it's interesting because you do have to question, like, was Microsoft ever going to do a 10-year deal? Would they have done that 10-year deal if Sony didn't keep pushing? Would they have allowed it into PS Plus if Sony didn't keep pushing? Would they have had Phil Spencer come out this past week and say, we're removing all exclusivity if Sony didn't keep pushing? And it's super ironic because it's almost like Sony is extracting more out of Microsoft and lowering they're making it more and more difficult for Microsoft to do anything that would be considered like, this is for the benefit of Game Pass, this is for the benefit of Xbox. And yeah, it's I guess it's like, you can clearly see why Sony is pushing, but it's just interesting how we are potentially witnessing, we're ultimately witnessing, in my opinion, Sony fight a losing battle, but they're trying to they're trying to break down as much as they can before it's lost. They're trying to do as much damage as they can before it's lost. And it's very interesting to see that they're willing to do this. And I also want to add in one more thing here. One more factor that I didn't consider and I didn't mention during this discussion. And that is, and I know people are going to cringe when I say this and roll their eyes, but PlayStation Showcase. I know it sounds silly, but it's easy at times like this when Sony's making no exciting announcements, when Sony is being kind of on the down low, and we're just seeing like these headlines written up, and we're seeing interviews with Phil Spencer where he's coming off as he always does, like the big good guy that's going to save the industry and whatnot, whatever. These puff pieces, because that interview was conducted with the channel Xbox On, by the way. So it was very much a forward-facing puff piece. It's worth noting that, like, it's easy to view Sony in the worst light and assume that, man, like, they are real bad, right? And to see all this negativity. But it's like, we all know that the moment Sony decides, you know what, we're gonna turn this around and have people view us differently. And you know how we're gonna do that? PlayStation Showcase, shit ton of new game announcements. We're going to blow your minds, and you're going to forget all about any of this. And I think even people who are rooting for Microsoft right now, even I think they could agree that, yeah, once Sony decides they're going to put on a show and they're going to get people excited, no one's going to be out here. We've seen it time and time again, and it's Sony's greatest weapon, really, that they can use. And it also makes it kind of clear, like, this is like another reason why I see somebody saying, you're just saying anything now, aren't you? Am I not making sense? I feel like I'm making pretty good sense right now. Because it's simple logic. If you have bad press and your PR is not looking too good, what do? Well, fix it. How do you fix it? Do something that gets people to feel good about your brand and feel excited. What does that mean for PlayStation? It means make some new announcements. Put on a show. It's really simple. It's simple logic, and I think that, hold on. Yeah, thank you for getting rid of that. Miguel Ivers, you're saying the problem is that they're the market leader. One thing is exclusivity deals. Another One thing is exclusivity deals, another are marketing deals that prevent games from going to Game Pass for years. Yeah, and I will say that to me, that's the biggest thorn in Sony's side with this whole thing. I see Jay's Wade saying, I'm disappointed in you, MBG. You can't trust corporate talk. Now, keep in mind, this isn't about trusting corporate speak. This is about looking at the optic battle, the optics battle between Sony and Microsoft, and how Microsoft right now certainly has the advantage. And speaking of optics, the biggest thing that I think Sony's having trouble contending with, just as I said, Sony's greatest weapon right now, in my opinion, is the fact that they haven't revealed their hand. It's the fact that they haven't held a big show in a year and a half. It's the fact that they're sitting on what seems to be potentially a mountain of game announcements that they're holding back for one reason or another. And I think just as that's Sony's greatest weapon that they're holding on to and seemingly waiting to leverage it for when they really need to, Microsoft's greatest weapon, no doubt, is Game Pass, and the fact that there's nothing Sony can say to sway the public away from Game Pass. And it really is problematic for Sony that, they're out here trying to stop a deal that, while a lot of people who have a broader viewpoint of the industry could maybe argue that, well, let's hold our horses here. Yes, it's really tempting and sounds like a great proposition to be able to subscribe to Game Pass and not only have all of Xbox's games, all of Bethesda's games, but now all of Activision Blizzard's games. You're telling me I don't have to pay full price for Call of Duty yearly? Yeah, it's really, really, really hard to talk to an average consumer about why they might want to rethink that and reconsider it. Because the only thing the average consumer is going to think of, understandably, is, yeah, but that sounds like it might save me money. So I as a consumer, I can't argue against that. Yeah, it sounds like a great deal, but it's just, you can if you want, but if you're trying to look at things, to go beyond the surface layer, you have to try to view all aspects of this. And we've had this conversation many a times when it comes to what does Sony do best, and why is Sony still charging full price for games, and why are people okay paying full price for Sony games, and is it wrong? Is it right? Is Sony greedy? Why doesn't Sony copy Game Pass? There's a myriad of reasons that we've discussed ad nauseum. It's as simple as, if Microsoft could do what Sony is doing, they'd be doing it. But they couldn't. They tried and they couldn't. Now they have to do something else. It just so happens that something else that Sony is doing is... or Microsoft is doing, may actually, it's going to hurt Sony, and it is hurting Sony from an optic standpoint, from a average consumer standpoint. And Sony knows the power of the casual gamer. This is why Sony fights so hard for Call of Duty. This is why Sony cares so much about Call of Duty. They know the power of the casual gamer, and they also know the power of a great deal with a much desired product that appeals to the casual gamer. And a lot of people have said over and over again that MBG, the reason why Microsoft, or Sony, I mean, wants this deal blocked, it's simple. They don't want to see Call of Duty on Game Pass, because the amount of people that are going to decide they're not paying full price for this game on PlayStation anymore and then go get it through Game Pass is going to severely damage Sony's revenue stream that they're used to getting from Call of Duty. And there was just some statistic that came out, or was revealed. Apparently, Activision came out and said that, I think 13% of their total revenue came from PlayStation, to whereas the revenue they made from Xbox was so low, it wasn't even reported. So when you look at stuff like that, you can kind of understand, if you didn't already, why Sony cares so much about this. That's a big deal for Sony. And Sony, I want to talk to you guys about this as well, because this is pretty significant, where I have an article here. I did cover this in a video, but it's certainly worth covering again with this topic. Sony has made a new revelation that first-party games like God of War, Horizon Forbidden West, The Last of Us, and Marvel's Spider-Man may not have existed if it wasn't for Call of Duty. The claim came in one of the supporting documents submitted during the latest round of arguments over Microsoft's acquisition of Activision Blizzard. While the exact figures were redacted in the report from the CMA Phase 1 responses, Sony claims Call of Duty players spend at least around $1 billion on PlayStation hardware, peripherals, subscriptions, games, and other PlayStation services. If these players left PS5 for Xbox, it would reduce Sony's ability to invest in future hardware and games. More specifically, it would, quote, reduce the potential return on producing innovative first-party games, thereby diminishing SIE's ability and incentive to invest in new games, end quote. In other words, games like games like God of War would be far more unlikely to exist without the presence of Call of Duty. Now this is something that me and you and everybody else who actually cares about PlayStation games really needs to pay attention to and evaluate, because this is where one of two things is happening right now. And it's interesting because I see the divide even in my comment section on my video talking about this. There were people divided. There were people saying that that's BS. Sony would continue to make these games no matter what, and they would make them just as big and just as great. Sony makes plenty of money off their games. They don't need Call of Duty to keep making these games. And then there were other people saying that, no, dude, I think that this is true. I think that if Sony lost a big chunk of their revenue stream that they are used to getting year in and year out with Call of Duty, it would basically make them turn to quite a few of their games and be like, we're either going to reduce the budget of these games or just not even bother investing in them. And this is where we have to try our best to decide and evaluate. Do we believe Sony? Is Sony bluffing here? Is this lawyer speak? Is this corporate speak? Is this Sony basically trying to play the victim and make it sound like, well, if we lose our chunk of our revenue stream, we're not going to be able to. I mean, look, it's tough because a part of me that cares about these games, because to me, that like what they're talking about is exactly why I play on PlayStation, and that doesn't make me feel good. Like, it doesn't make me feel good that Sony has to rely, apparently, so heavily on Call of Duty just to produce these games. And I see somebody, a wrestling mark, saying fear-mongering by Sony. The Furious, you're saying, remember when Phil said exclusives are bad for gaming? Dude, oh my God. I also want to say, hold on. I got to bring this up. You just reminded me. This was something else that Phil Spencer said in his interview, and where is it? I wish I had this art. Give me a second to find this article, because this was it was something Phil Spencer said recently. I don't know why it's not showing up. It's getting annoying. It's basically how he said he was defending Microsoft's decision to make Starfield exclusive. And I have to talk about this. I don't know why I'm having such a hard time finding this. Okay, this is an interesting article. Phil Spencer's incomprehensible explanation of Starfield's exclusivity. Okay? Check this out. And I felt the need to point this out because it's so insane to me. And this is where, I'll call Sony out on some of their stuff. I will. On anything that they need to be called out on. But this is where we have to keep in mind that I know Microsoft is playing the role of the pro-consumer good guy, giving me the best deal on Game Pass, but we gotta call a spade here. All right? Because in the same interview where he said that there's going to be zero exclusivity benefit or any exclusive benefits for Call of Duty, he defends Starfield exclusivity. Phil Spencer was interviewed by Xbox On this time. He told the Times yesterday that Xbox will exist without Activision Blizzard, and he tried to explain that Starfield was made exclusive by Microsoft because it was a new IP. In contrast, Call of Duty would be taken away from PlayStation players, except they've taken Todd Howard's new game out of their hands, so that makes no sense. I never said Starfield wouldn't be exclusive to Xbox. I think what I said is we're going to take it on a case by case basis. We're not going to pull games that are on other platforms. Exclusive titles in the console space are part of the business. All platform holders do it. They are marketing beats for the platform. Our competitors have a lot of exclusive games. So when we're launching new games, there are certain games that we're going to make exclusive. For us, it's always a little bit hard because we ship everything on PC as well. But let's just say ship on Xbox, PC, and playable on the cloud. Some of those won't be available on other competitive platforms. There's no example in Bethesda of us pulling something away from the PlayStation community that they had, or of games people are playing. Us not continuing to update those. Same thing with Minecraft Dungeons, and we'll do the same thing with Minecraft Legends when it comes out. End quote. Okay, so this is where I need to once again remind people that Phil Spencer, while he does seem like a nice guy, I'm sure, I have to imagine in person he's probably a nice guy. He seems like a nice guy, but he has a job to do, and he is a business executive, just like the Jim Ryan at Sony. I just want it to be known that this man just conducted an interview where he justified Starfield's exclusivity by saying, well, basically what he said, let's just cut through it. It was never formally announced for PlayStation, so technically we never took it off of PlayStation. If it didn't already, you know what I mean? And it's like, this is where, why do the technicalities only matter when it's in Microsoft's favor, but when it comes to the technicalities, when it comes to Sony, they don't matter. It's all just BS, and it's all just, you know what I mean? And the greatest example of this is how we are witnessing over and over again how many people are dogpiling on Sony for having these third-party exclusivity deals, and basically saying, oh, Sony sucks because they're trying to take these games away and make it so less people can play. And then you have other people claiming that, oh, well, Sony can't, they can't afford to buy these games and buy these IP outright. But you have people making this claim and dogpiling on Sony. And meanwhile, we have Phil Spencer out here literally defending their decision to make Starfield exclusive. Because if you believe for a second, and I'm not trying to be rude, but you gotta wake up if this is really what you believe. If you believe for a second that Starfield was not actively in development for PS5, you're a fool. Surely you have to know this game was in development for PlayStation for many, many years. Okay? And when Microsoft acquired them, they had a conversation with them and they said, yeah, that PlayStation version, don't worry about it anymore. Not happening. Now, this is where we need to ask ourselves a question here. Okay? There are two questions, basically. The first question is, which is it? Are exclusives good or are they bad? Because this is one of the biggest arguments that we constantly see between Sony and Microsoft. See, Microsoft is trying so hard to have their cake and eat it too. Microsoft is trying very hard and seemingly somehow almost succeeding in basically coming out here and saying, we think exclusivity is not good because when we all play, we all win, whatever. But by the way, we're going to have exclusives. Oh, why are we going to have exclusives? Well, let me see. I think it's because all platform holders do it. Exclusive titles in the console space are a part of the business. So when we all play, we all win, but all platform holders do it. Okay, so I'm going to say right now definitively, exclusives are okay. Straight up. Okay? Exclusives are okay because, as I've said time and time again, and if you don't believe me, listen to Phil Spencer confirm it for me. Everybody does it. It's always existed, and it will always exist. They're not going anywhere. This is this is the most insane thing that this has to be the biggest flex I've ever seen from Microsoft. Truly, like I don't think I've ever seen a flex this. They literally had the audacity to come out here and do an interview. You're saying stop misquoting that. It's when we all play, we all win. Okay, right. He was specifically talking about people with disabilities. Okay, sure, fine. Um, sure, fine. If you want to go on that technicality, it's all about the technicalities. Microsoft is actually coming out here and basically explaining to everybody why they're never going to make Call of Duty exclusive. And in fact, they're going to remove all exclusivity from it. While at the same time explaining why it's okay for some games to be exclusive. And I understand that maybe this is where Sony... I got to give credit to Microsoft here, because while I am pretty... Like, I look at this and I'm like, Jesus, this is insane. I got to give Microsoft credit where it's like, they know they got Sony twisted here simply because Sony can't say anything either. You know what I mean? Like, Sony can't come out and be like, well, you can't do that. Like, you can't say you're not going to make Call of Duty exclusive, but then talk about how it's okay to make Starfield exclusive. But that's the thing, man, is like, actually, they can, and they did. And that's what I'm saying. It's up to us, like the people who are witnessing this, to use our best judgment and see through the bullshit on both sides, because there's a lot of bullshit to wade through on both sides. Don't fall for the nonsense argument that Microsoft is all about, just doing what's best for the gamer, because it's not true. They're doing what's best for their business, just like Sony will. But I've come across a lot of arguments from a lot of different people where they try to make it sound like, I think what Microsoft is doing is actually good, and I think that, this is beneficial. And all PlayStation fans are trying to say right now, and I'll be honest with this, like, I feel like when you see PlayStation fans who get upset about this, I think this is pretty much what it boils down to. I think PlayStation fans, not every PlayStation fan, just some, they'll look at this quote from Phil Spencer and they'll ask this simple question. Let me get this straight. Microsoft is explaining to me why it's okay for them to not only buy video game publishers like Bethesda and like Activision Blizzard and own them and own all of their IP, but while they're doing that, they're simultaneously going to explain to me why it's okay for them to make certain games exclusive that they purchased, while simultaneously their fan base screams at us that Sony doing this is toxic and bad for the industry. The only argument that anybody, I believe, can make at that point, and it's frankly one that I can't argue, and I don't think anybody can, and this is why, this is exactly why Microsoft knows they can get away with it. The only argument that anybody could make at that point is, well, no, I'm not okay with any of that. I'm just excited to get these games for cheap on Game Pass. And that right there is exactly why Phil Spencer can say what he just said in that interview, and why Microsoft can attempt to have their cake and eat it too, and people are actually cheering them on for it. I gotta say, I know people say that Sony's playing chess, and I know some PlayStation fans aren't gonna like when they hear this. Microsoft is playing some 4D chess right now, and it's not to say that Sony isn't. It's just that now Microsoft is beginning to. I'm gonna be honest. Microsoft is beginning to beat Sony at their own game. And it's painful for Sony and it's painful for PlayStation fans, because that's the thing is I see somebody saying, no, they're just buying publishers. Yeah, but that's why it's painful. Don't you understand? That's why it's painful, because it's like, are we really going to sit here? And I'm being honest. I mean, we need to be. When I say painful, I don't mean literally painful. I just mean like you see the twisting and the turning and the knots being made and the webs being spun. I just mean it's like it's painful to watch. Where it's like, when's it going to end, man? Like this is getting crazy. It's getting crazy. But are we really going to sit here? And I'm dead. I want to know if there's somebody in the chat. If you're willing to super chat it, that'd be great. But if not, if you can just put it in the chat, I'll try to see it. And I'm not being sarcastic. I'm genuinely asking, do you believe if Sony was capable financially, and I mean like they had just a war chest of like $1 trillion that they're just sitting on, and they were fully capable of buying any publisher they want at a whim. No, like hardly any risk involved. Okay? That's the key. Hardly any risk involved. Do you think they wouldn't do it? And I'm asking, if you think they wouldn't, I'm genuinely asking for an explanation as to why. Because I'm curious. Because I'm trying to think in my head if they wouldn't, like, what would be the reason they wouldn't do it? And I realize there's no reason I can think of where they wouldn't do it. And that's why I say that this is Microsoft now beginning to beat Sony at their own game, except they're not only beating, it's not that they're necessarily beating Sony at their own game. They decide, we're going to change the rules of this game, and that's how we're going to beat you. And you're going to say it's unfair. Other people are going to say it's unfair, but we're going to fight to make it happen. And when it happens, there's nothing you can do about it. It's brutal. I got to say, man, I mean, it's when you look at it from like an objective standpoint of what exactly Microsoft's doing, it's brutal, dude. And I cannot sit here honestly and say that Sony wouldn't do the same thing if they were able to do it. I think they would. And it's one of these things where we just have to be honest in our assessment of this, where I know why Starfield's exclusive. I know exactly why. I don't need Phil Spencer to explain to me why Starfield is exclusive to Xbox. I also don't need Phil Spencer to explain to me why Call of Duty's not going to be removed from PlayStation anytime remotely soon. You know what would be the greatest interview with Phil Spencer, and anybody at Microsoft for that matter, but in this case, we'll just say Phil Spencer. And I mean this. And I would love to get this interview from Phil Spencer, from Jim Ryan. I'd love to get them both in the same room and ask them the same question. What is your goal? Simply put, what is your goal with the PlayStation brand, with the Xbox brand? And I would love if they could both just give the same simple answer. Our goal is to be number one and make the most amount of money with minimal competition. That's the goal of both of these companies. That's the goal of every company. And I just feel like every time we hear these interviews, and every time we hear from Sony, every time we hear from Microsoft, and every time we hear from these, we're following this legal battle. I think, as I kind of always come to this conclusion with these conversations, we have to just look past all of it and just simplify it and whittle it down to its bare minimum. What is this really? What is it really? All I heard from Phil Spencer when I read that quote was blah, 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 blah. Exclusives are okay. Blah, blah, blah. Except Call of Duty. That's not okay. When in reality, all he needs to say is, we want to win. We want to be number one, and we want to be the market leader. And we're doing everything in our power to make that happen. Literally everything in their power to make that happen. And so is Sony. And that's why I I know that I get labeled as like a Sony shill or whatnot, or pony fanboy. I get it. But it's not like I don't see that from Sony as well. And I've tried, and I could still try to make the argument that, like, well, Sony, the reason why Sony isn't as bad is because at least Sony isn't buying publishers. And I understand somebody will push back against me, and it's understandable that they would. And they will say to me, you're playing the woulda, coulda, shoulda game. Like the whataboutism. Like, like, did Sony buy a publisher? Did they? No. So can you use that argument against them? No. But you know what I can use against Sony? And this is just the truth. I can use everything that Sony's done up until this point to get ahead as proof that, so it turns out that Sony tries hard to be number one and win. And they will do what they feel is necessary to make that happen. So logic dictates that if I look at Sony's history and I look at what they have done, just like I look at Microsoft's history and I look at what they have done, it's so easy to see what they would do if they could do it. The only difference between Sony and Microsoft right now is Microsoft has the money to do it. Not because of Xbox, but because of every other division within Microsoft that has succeeded where Xbox failed. And it's ironic because now all of those divisions that succeeded where Xbox failed are rallying behind Xbox, dumping that money into it in the hopes that it will get to that point. Sony found a way to get to that point with less money, with not being able to buy publishers, and by also capitalizing on the failings of their competition. And I have to admit that I'm eager to see this come to an end because I don't think it matters either way. Truthfully, I know that to some people that may sound insane, but I don't think it matters either way. Because if this were to somehow get blocked at this point, that'll be a big win for Sony's bottom line and, for Sony to a degree. But that's not going to stop Microsoft. That's not just going to end Game Pass. That's not just going to suddenly make it so that Microsoft's like, you know what? We tried our best, boys, but it's time to pack it on up. That's not what's going to happen. I'm not saying that just means suddenly, well, we'll buy Take-Two Interactive instead. No. I'm not saying that either. Like, if you can't get Activision Blizzard, you're not going to be able to get anybody that big, right? Like, it's not going to happen. At that point, nobody can, which would be great. And that's maybe like the one benefit to the Activision Blizzard deal potentially getting blocked. It's nobody will be able to go after these mega independent publishers. To where, and to whereas if it does go through, it actually sends a signal that, wait, we can do that. Like it's that's where the sketchiness comes in of this whole thing and this whole ordeal. But the reason why I think at the end of the day, like for me personally, it's not going to matter all that much is because I'm going to be real. I'm not shaking in my boots about, Microsoft having Activision Blizzard. I personally don't think Call of Duty is going anywhere. I think everything Sony's doing is to try to squeeze as much out of Microsoft as they can and get as many concessions as they can. But I know it sounds crazy, but I do believe Phil Spencer and Microsoft when they say, yeah, we're going to keep Call of Duty like Minecraft. Why? Oh yeah, money. That's why. Money. A copious, unfathomable amount of money that we would lose. People seem to forget how much money Microsoft is paying for this. They're paying $68 billion. Do you know how long it's going to take? Do you know how long it's going to take for that to be recouped, if ever? Like that's insane. So I will tell you, I don't think they have any intention of ever taking Call of Duty off of anything. I think that's exactly why they're like, yo, can we get this on Switch? Can we make even more money from it? Because we're going to need to. We're going to need to make money. And that's why I just am eager for this to end because look, I'm not saying that I feel confident about. I see you, Devil Shooter. I'm not saying I feel confident about where this leads us 10 years from now. I mean, guys, who the hell knows what 10 years from now is going to look like in any industry? I'm not going to sit here and try to predict that. And Jim Ryan won't be that, most of the leadership at PlayStation, if not all of them, they're not going to be there anymore. Um, who knows what's going to happen 10 years from now? But all I know is that there's a pretty decent chance. You ready for this? Let's consider this for a moment. It's a prediction, but it's one just based off of, how all things work out in the end. There's a pretty good chance that 10 years from now, Call of Duty won't be nearly as relevant as it is today. There's a really good chance, actually, that somewhere along those 10 years, because I don't think people quite, I know we talk about 10 years, but really think about how long 10 years is. Think about how long 10 years is. That's a lot of time and opportunity to screw something up. Just saying. I'm not saying it's guaranteed. It's not. I mean, Call of Duty might be just as relevant 10 years from now as it is now, But one thing that I do know is that 10 years from now, you're talking about another generation of gamers, a new generation. So basically, Call of Duty right now is going to have to hope that the generation of gamers that they have on the brand right now stick with them for the next 10 years, or that they're able to bring on a whole nother generation of gamers over the next 10 years. And they don't, listen, I'm not going to underestimate Activision. I'm not going to underestimate their studios. I'm not going to underestimate the Call of Duty brand power. They very well might be able to keep Call of Duty just as relevant today as it is then. But I will assure you that Call of Duty being as relevant as it is today after all these years, after all this time with so many other big games rising up and even in some ways overshadowing it, and it still, holds its own, that in it of itself is already somewhat of an anomaly, and it's rare. And that is exactly why Microsoft wants it. And, I'm just saying that the possibilities are endless. So you ask me, am I sure Microsoft won't take Call of Duty off of PlayStation in 10 years? I'm about as sure that they won't take Call of Duty off of PlayStation in 10 years as I am that Call of Duty will be as popular now as it is in 10 years. That's how I can answer that. So, all right, I got a couple of these super chats. Big Nabs, you're saying $120 to rent Call of Duty for a year or $70 to own it. Yeah, I will say, man, that's the one thing about this too is Call of Duty. It's not all the time, but usually when the new game comes out, the game that came out the year prior, it's old news, right? People still stick around to it. If they don't like the new game, they go back to the old one. But yeah, I could see why that's and that's the thing is it makes it even more enticing. Where if you paid for Game Pass to play Call of Duty, in let's just say the year 2026, and you're unsure about 2027's COD, you're already gonna be subscribed to Game Pass to continue playing COD. You'll just try it out, and if you don't like it, you're just like, oh, I'll just go back to the other one. I didn't have to risk wasting my money. So, I'm not saying there is a benefit, certainly, for sure, from the consumer side of things with this. And that is exactly, what Microsoft is playing on. And, again, that is the one thing that I cannot argue against. And I won't argue against it because I am a consumer. You know what I mean? I completely get where it's like, hey, if Sony said to me, yo, MBG, I don't know, let's, that big AAA Sony exclusive you pay $70 for every year. I'm a little bit of an outlier because I still like to buy my games physically. But assuming I bought my games digitally or didn't care, if they were like, you subscribe to this and you'll get that every year, just subscribe for $10-15, whatever, and you'll get a bunch of other games too. Yeah, it's like, well, damn. I mean, yeah, so you're telling me I could save money? It's hard to argue that. But I'm a kind of an outlier in that sense where I still I still buy my games physically when I can, and I still kind of care about that tangible aspect. I'm not fully digital or anything, so but yeah, I can't be the person that, especially at times like this, right? With inflation still being crazy and the economy being not well, um, I don't feel comfortable basically turning to people and be like, what's that? You're advocating for paying less money and getting more games for less money? What's wrong with you? Like, as time goes on, it becomes clear that, especially you see what Sony's doing where they're like, hey, we're putting Horizon Forbidden West into PS Plus after a year, you know, um, yeah, it's clear that more and more people are beginning to see the allure of the subscription model. And while I'm not fully sold on it yet, I simply at this point in time cannot deny that it's relevant in the video game space for sure, and it's going to remain relevant, and it's probably going to become even more relevant over the coming years. So, but I'm the type of person where I still like to buy games physically and own them. And to me, that like I will say, and I don't know how you guys feel about this, but to me, paying $70 for a physical game versus paying 70 for a digital game, it's so different. It's so different psychologically for me because when I pay 70, like I have trouble paying $70 for a digital game. I do because I really feel like, man, like, you know, it just doesn't feel the same. I feel like I genuinely don't actually own this product. And I almost, in that moment, when I imagine buying a game for $70 digitally, suddenly it does give me like a moment of, wow, like maybe I would prefer this to just be in a subscription service because I'm not going to own it either way. You know what I mean? Like I'm not going to own this game either way because Big Nabs, you're saying $120 to rent COD versus 70 to own it. I mean, if you're buying Call of Duty digitally, you don't own that. You are paying for a license that, if at any time, for whatever reason, can be stripped away from you, and there's nothing you can do about it. You know, and that's what's fascinating to me is it's where it's like as we enter the digital age in gaming anyway, or like digital becomes more relevant. In my opinion, that is definitely a huge aspect and something that is facilitating the the embracing of the subscription model. Basically, I think the gaming industry right now is beginning to slowly go through what like the Blu-ray and DVD industry went through over the past like 10 years. I actually just watched this interesting video where it was like going over the state of physical media, and it's at least for like Blu-rays and DVDs, and it's like pretty clear. And these were like really heavy enthusiast dudes talking about it, and they were like, yeah, it's kind of dead. Like it's in its final resting place. And it's it's clear that it's not really going to make that comeback. It'll probably always be there. Like there will always be people who are buying and supporting physical media, but it's going to be less and less and less and less. And it will basically turn into what vinyl is, and it just seems like right now we're in that transitioning period where that same thing seems to be happening in the gaming industry. And yeah, I don't know. Who knows? Many of us might turn into those non, you know, non-digitals, non-digital people where we're like, we're just going to keep buying our physical stuff. And, we're going to pay a lot more to do it, like a lot more. Right. But that's what we want to do. But yeah, but paying $70 for a digital game, it's a tough sell for me, because I just don't feel like I actually own it. But if that was my only way, for some games, it's like, hell, I'm paying for the experience at this point. PlayStation Pete, you're saying if you're ever in Fort Myers, Florida, I will buy you a Papa John's pizza. Sounds good, man. I actually do like Papa John's pizza. I mean, if it was like between Domino's, Pizza Hut, and Papa John's, I'm definitely Papa John's. I mean, look, for some reason, sometimes I get sick when I eat like some of these pizza places, you know? but I've always enjoyed Papa John's. I just like a solid, like a good pepperoni pizza from them. It's pretty good. Pretty good. I will say Domino's has a good sausage though. Sausage pizza. But I got this place near me. Not gonna say the name of it, but it's like a family owned pizzeria, and they're like so old fashioned, man. Like, I mean, really old fashioned. And I've like they've been close to me for many years, and I just like never knew it. And it's like within walking distance of me. And I think it was like late last year. Me and my wife were like, we should probably try out this pizza place. Like, it's got rave reviews, and it's like family owned, and like we were reading reviews and stuff, like people drive from all over, from like really far away to get their pizza. And I'm like, wow. And we just like live this close to it. We should just walk to it. And we did. And it's like, it's like, I can't believe we've been living here all this time and we just never knew about this place. It's crazy. But, yeah, I love it when that happens. I see, that's what's so funny is like I see people in the chat who are like Papa John's is terrible, but then like somebody else is like Papa John's ingredients are always fresh. Dude, I know. Well, first off, I mean, we all know what happened with Papa John. Okay, not good, not good. But I don't know, man. Like, I actually agree with that. For some reason, anytime I have Papa John's, I feel like they're. I know it's like that their slogan, what, like better ingredients or something, or whatever. I don't know, but it really does taste a little bit fresher to me than when I get these other places. But maybe that's just me. Maybe that's just me. All right, let me see. So thank you for that, PlayStation Pete. Planet Schlorpian, you're saying, what the hell is Starfield doing that No Man's Sky hasn't been doing for years now? No Man's Sky is on everything, including PSVR 2. Yeah, I remember when we saw that first gameplay demonstration of Starfield, and there was that comparison done with No Man's Sky, and it was like kind of uncanny, where it's like, yeesh, But I'll be honest, like, I think it's just that, and this is an assumption because I'm not a big Bethesda RPG guy, but I think it's that there's a certain flavor, certain touch that Bethesda brings to their RPGs that is pretty specific, that people look for, and that's like why these Bethesda RPGs have kind of like stood the test of time for a lot of people. And I don't know, I haven't really played No Man's Sky, and I'm not a big Bethesda RPG guy, so it's really difficult for me to answer that. But that's my best guess. I don't know. Apparently, we're gonna bugs. Yeah, bugs is the difference. Well, I mean, No Man's Sky had a really, really bad launch. But we'll see, man. We'll see what happens with Starfield. One thing that we can say for certain, though, is that, Phil Spencer's okay with exclusivity. Phil Spencer sees the advantage of exclusivity, and even Phil Spencer has said that exclusives are part of the industry and they're not going anywhere. And apparently, because Starfield was never formally announced for PlayStation, that means a PlayStation version was never developed. And so, yeah. Although it's really funny because I remember back in 2020, there was a rumor going around that Sony was trying to secure Starfield exclusivity, which is so damn funny to me. Like, that is so funny. I'm sure you guys understand why that's funny. Space D, you're saying any big IP acquisition after this is going to be forced to be multi-platform thanks to PlayStation. So future, quote, revenge acquisition might not be possible. I think you're, Space D, I think you're actually completely correct about this. And I think it's not just because of PlayStation. I think it's because PlayStation bought Bungie and did the nice guy move, but the business, move that Microsoft is also now doing. Here's what I'm trying to figure out. Did Microsoft ever clarify whether or not it will just be Call of Duty that remains multi-platform or all of their games? Because I don't know, man. I feel like Microsoft kind of got away with something with Bethesda. I really do. Like, I feel like Microsoft just bought Bethesda really quickly, and they were really cagey about like what they were going to do with their games. And like when it was like done and it was going through, it was like, yeah, they're going to be exclusive. They're going to be exclusive. It's like, oh, okay. And I saw the argument made over and over again where people were like, what are you, stupid? Like, Microsoft doesn't pay $7.5 billion, to not make these games exclusive and do work for their platform. I'm like, well, okay, going by that logic, what does it mean if they're going to pay $68 billion? So that logic doesn't really hold up. To me, it's just clear that Microsoft pretty much was like, if we can get away with buying Bethesda and then making these games exclusive, then we'll do it. And I'll be honest, like if it wasn't so imperative for Microsoft to get the money from PlayStation that Call of Duty makes on PlayStation, and if they didn't have as much resistance and they could just get Activision Blizzard, I think they would definitely make Call of Duty exclusive. Again, that's like in a unrealistic world, but I'm basically saying in a world with like no rules and PlayStation maybe didn't make as much money off Call of Duty. Yeah, I think they would. But the thing that Phil Spencer, the most important thing I think to pay attention to when it comes to knowing what games are going to come to PlayStation in the future, if they have Bethesda, and if they get Activision Blizzard, is he basically points out that they're not taking things away that already exist. And you have to question, like, how far does that go? Like, are you saying only new IP? Because I don't expect the next Doom game to come to PlayStation. Yeah, Elder Scrolls 6. Hasn't it already been established that game's not coming to PlayStation? Not that I don't even think that's relevant to the conversation, though, because it's like that game doesn't exist yet. It's like a decade and plus away. You know what I mean? But I would be shocked if Phil Spencer meant that, where he's like, only new IP will be exclusive. I would be genuinely surprised by that, because I would have not seen that coming. Space D. Sorry, I already read yours, but I don't know, man. I think the rule of thumb, you talk about like revenge acquisition. We've talked about this. If the Activision Blizzard deal goes through, will PlayStation retaliate? Will PlayStation get a big bank loan from the Bank of Japan and buy a massive publisher of their own? I don't know. I don't. I think the only way Sony, to be honest, I don't think Sony could do that without also having to make massive concessions. And they might not even have to. I mean, I don't know. Like the difference between Sony and Microsoft is, the reason why I think this is so difficult for Microsoft is because they did buy a publisher before Activision, and they did make some of their games exclusive, as we see with Redfall and Starfield, and probably more that are coming. Sony has the advantage of saying, actually, we did buy a big, really big studio in Bungie, and we didn't make anything exclusive. That I think works in Sony's favor. But I think you're right. I think the future of these big acquisitions is everything's multi-plat. Neutral Zone, you're saying can't compare third party with owned IP exclusivity. And exactly, man, that's the big thing that bothers me about this. Is like, how come it's okay for Phil Spencer to talk about, let's face it, man. Phil Spencer could say, "Oh, we made Starfield exclusive because it's a new IP," but dude, that new IP was not created by Microsoft. That new IP was created by Bethesda, a multi-platform publisher that would have absolutely released that game on PlayStation. So it's like that argument. If you're going to use that against, well, if Sony does multi-platform or third-party exclusivity, it's like, what's the difference here? Is what I'm trying to ask. What's the difference between Microsoft literally buying an IP that was in development for multiple platforms and then deciding actually it's just going to go on our platform? What the fuck is the difference between that and what Sony's doing? There's no difference. Saying he didn't say he created it. Well, then you're just helping prove my point. He just bought it. Isn't that what Sony does? So this is why I'm saying where it's like when I say Microsoft is trying to have their cake and eat it too, this is where it gets incredibly frustrating. Where it's like, how can Microsoft come out here and basically say, we're doing what Sony does, but it's okay when we do it, bad when Sony does it? Except we're actually doing a lot more than what Sony does. We're also buying publishers. I will tell you, man, the biggest, most baffling thing, and I'm telling you, the masses are, I don't want to use this word, but I can't help it. I feel like the masses are getting brainwashed, bro. Like, not in the sense that, not from a consumer standpoint. I want to make that clear. I need to keep reiterating. If you're a consumer that's like, I just want to spend as little money, fine. You're not brainwashed. You don't care that much. You just want to save money. I get it. But what I mean by that is like, it is insane to me that Microsoft is doing what they're doing. And they are getting people to praise them for it, man. Like that's insane to me. Like, it's insane to me how they're really getting people in their corner to defend them and anybody who's critical of it or scrutinizes it, they get like dogpiled on, and it's just like, and this is what is I'm only emphasizing this because this is what is allowing Phil to come out here and make these ridiculous claims, like say these ridiculous things with a straight face, and people are like, yeah, this is good. Like, they're just doing what Sony's doing while also buying publishers. So I guess all I'm trying to say is if you have a problem with what Sony's doing, then to a degree, you have to have a problem with what Microsoft's doing. And if not, then I don't know. Again, the only argument that people have is, well, does Sony put it on PS Plus day one? Okay, you got us. No, they don't yet. All right, but they're getting pretty close. I don't know. Sony's getting pretty close, man. Horizon Forbidden West 1 year later. It's getting close. So yeah. Easy E, you're saying the PR that Microsoft is playing isn't working, which is apparent by looking at PlayStation numbers versus Xbox. All we need to ask from Sony is to keep putting out games. Yeah, that's a really good point, Easy E. That's one thing that we didn't really talk about here is like, how I had this conversation with you guys I think it was last week, where I was basically saying like, you look at Sony's earnings reports, you look at how well they're doing, and they really are pretty much dominating. And it's like, I don't know that I would have such a problem with Sony getting knocked down a peg. Really, I mean that. And that's not to say I'm rooting against Sony. It's the opposite. It's like, I feel like I would kind of be okay to see Sony get squeezed a little bit, where it's like, I don't know, man. When you're riding that high and there's seemingly nothing in your way, you get a little too comfortable. And I'm not saying Sony's there yet. I just get worried that, I always want to see at least a little bit of pressure applied to PlayStation, because I think that's what will allow us to continue to get the best from them. You never see. I'm not saying greatness can't be achieved slowly and methodically and patiently. I think it can, and I think that's actually the phase that we're witnessing with Sony. Is you think about how like they're taking more time than ever before on their games. They're totally cool delaying their games if their studios need more time, and they're not trying to market their games for years at a time. They're totally okay with shortening those marketing cycles. And it's clear that Sony like has the understanding of like, look, as long as we deliver what people expect, We don't need to rush it, and we don't need to constantly work like we're under pressure. But, it's just human nature, truthfully, and it's just the way things go that if you remain at the top spot for too long without anything going wrong, without any type of external pressure, you're naturally gonna, things are gonna change. That's a guarantee. Um, so I don't know. I have to imagine that Jim Ryan and the other executives at PlayStation, they had to have seen something like this like they have to have worked out a scenario where this was a possibility. Maybe not though. I don't know. I don't know. We don't know how caught off guard Sony was. But yeah, it's funny, man, because Microsoft is definitely using Sony's success against them in a big way. And they just did this past week with the EU, and I think apparently it worked. Apparently showing that pie chart of Sony as 80% of Europe. Apparently it worked. Big Nabs, you're saying unsubscribe and you lose your games. I don't like that. Yeah, I don't like that either, man. I don't like that either. I mean, I feel like it depends on how you view it and what you're trying to play. Like for me, I always approach a game where, I mean, it's funny because I'm not the type of person that usually goes back and plays games, but it's different for me where if I were to buy a game thinking there's a really good chance I'm going to want to replay this at some point, obviously that's a good enough reason to want to buy and own your game. But for me, it's more about, I don't know, it's from like a collecting standpoint, I'm not a huge collector, but I do have that like mentality where it's like after I buy a game, I'm content in knowing that I may never go back and play it, but I just like to know that I own it and I just like to have it to collect. And I don't know exactly what I plan to do with it in the long term and in the future, but it's all I know is that it feels a lot better to me to do that than to buy a game digitally at full price. That's how it is for me. Orange Crush Gaming, a member for 33 months. Thank you, buddy. You're saying, what's up, MBG? Do you think PlayStation will reach 100 million sold this year or next year? Because I think they're doing really good selling so far. It's going to take, no, Sony will, if they're going to reach 100 million with the PS5, it's not going to happen for a few more years. It's like, I think the earliest that's going to happen is towards the end of 2025 into 2026. And even then, I think that's pretty bullish. But yeah, I do think the PS5 will hit 100 million sold, but it's not going to happen this year. Won't happen next year. I think 2025 could potentially be a year, like depending on just how well some of their exclusives, work for them. So let me see. The Real, you're saying, thank you. It's your first time super chatting, man. You're saying Sony buys big third-party deals. No difference. No, well, it comes down to one thing and one thing only, I think. There is a key critical difference. Objectively speaking, like it's objective, but what it means to you is subjective. The key critical difference is when Sony pays for a third-party deal, they do not own the intellectual property that they are paying for, that they're putting money into. They don't own it, but they're using it. They're paying to use it. What Microsoft is doing is they are paying to own the intellectual properties. Not only can they use it, but they can use it forever. And somebody might say, well, isn't that the smarter thing to do? I guess, yeah. But you also have to keep in mind, like, Microsoft is also paying a lot more money. You know what I mean? And that's where the argument, that's where the biggest argument happens, where it's like people say, well, why couldn't Microsoft just buy the, third-party deals just like Sony does? Surely they could afford it. Yeah. But if you're in that position, and you might ask yourself, why don't I just buy it in general? Like, I think if Sony could buy Final Fantasy and the development teams that make it, I think they would. I mean, they practically are, but it's the thing is, Sony would have to pay so much more money to do that. You know what I mean? Sony would have to pay an unbelievable amount of money to buy and own Final Fantasy and that team and those teams that make it. Then they would. They only have to pay a fraction of that to get these deals. To get these and that's at the end of the day, that's ultimately what this whole Activision Blizzard King deal comes down to is, Sony, simply put, they just don't have the type of money that Microsoft has, and they don't have the type of safety net that Microsoft has. They don't have that type of backing. Sony's a rich company with a lot of money and a lot of assets, and they could get some serious loans to make some huge moves themselves. But the risk is just not the same. It's very, very different. Even Phil Spencer did say in another interview, he said, oh, if this Activision Blizzard deal gets blocked and it doesn't happen, it's not like Xbox isn't going to exist anymore. I mean, he could be lying. He could be lying, of course, because why would he come out and say, oh, yeah, we're done for? You know what I mean? He's not going to come out and say that. But that's really the big difference here at play between Sony and Microsoft. So I do want to acknowledge for a moment here that, yes, I am aware that we've spent the overwhelming majority of this at least half of this podcast on this one topic. But truth be told, there's just not much when in regards to PlayStation anyway, to discuss right now, this past week anyway. This is by far the biggest thing. This and Final Fantasy 16 are basically the two big things that happened for PlayStation. And I would talk about other things regarding PlayStation, but it's tough because I don't know. Like, I don't know if I'm hoping that the month of March is not basically just more of this deal. I'm hoping that Sony is going to do a little bit more than that, right? So I'm trying to get more caffeine intake here. Okay, that was a big one. That was a lot of caffeine. I just consumed in one shot, so it might hit me at any point now. But to just finish off this conversation, and kind of put a bow on it, I'm going to just speak from my perspective right now and what I'm hoping for. And I know, again, not everybody's going to agree with it, but I'm really over this whole thing. Now, that doesn't mean I'm going to stop talking about it. I've made that mistake in the past where I've said before, I'm not going to talk about it anymore. It's impossible. If I didn't have this topic to talk about, we literally wouldn't have had a podcast today, or it would have been over after an hour. And that would have been fine, I guess. But I am really, really eager for this to get over because, guys, I don't know about you, but I feel like this entire generation has been bizarre so far. I mean, truly, genuinely, like, wow. Like a really bonkers generation so far. Because in 2020, the pandemic hit and, interest in gaming was at an all-time high. And then 2021, the first proper year of the PS5 being out, it got hit by severe shortages to a point where it's like, okay, we got Returnal, Ratchet and Clank ripped apart. Microsoft bought Bethesda. That's crazy. And then 2022 rolls around and it's like, oh, Microsoft's also buying Activision Blizzard, and there's still a shortage. And then like we're here now in 2023 and it feels like, oh, the shortage is over. Yes. Yes, it's over. And then I feel like this whole Activision Blizzard legal saga has taken over. Like, I feel like this has taken the place of the shortage of the PS5. And I'm just like, when can we just get back on track, man? You know, like, I feel like this, I'm just tired of this being the dominant thing that's happening in the gaming industry because it sucks. Like, this just straight up sucks to a point where I don't really care anymore what happens, you know? The reason why I just want Sony to stop fighting it is because I just want it to end, you know? Um, I just feel like it's been weird. I feel like it's been weird. And I don't know. I'm really eager for this to end because here's another reason. Here's another reason I'm eager for this to end. Another reason I'm eager for it to end is because I have no doubt in my mind something is going to change with Sony. No matter which way this pans out, but I'm under the assumption, and I think many of you are as well, I'm under the assumption that at the end of the day, this deal is going to pass. You know, it's still unknown ultimately, but I'm leaning towards I think it's going to pass. Just simply because of how hard Microsoft's willing to fight for it and how like they're willing to go the rounds apparently. And if it does pass, I get this feeling. You're saying MBG, get ready for more. It's going to get even worse, dude. That's what I'm afraid of, man. Like, I'm afraid that like what is supposed to be the months leading into like showcase time, E3 time, gaming announcement time, it's just going to be like some nasty, legal battle where, everybody's airing out their dirty laundry. And it's like, oh my God, I hope that's not what happens. And at the very least, I hope if it does get that bad, that Sony basically goes on a complete PR offensive to try to make, mitigate the damage. Same with Microsoft, maybe. So I just think that Sony's going to change. I could be wrong. Look, I'm just making an assumption, and it's almost like wishful thinking, but I got to be honest. Like, I want Sony to change. I do. I want Sony to change after this deal. Like, I just feel like something is happening right now at Sony, and it has absolutely everything to do with this Activision Blizzard situation. Like, I just get this feeling in the pit of my stomach that this is like this has infected Sony HQ and PlayStation, and it has to be the priority right now. Understandably so. Sony's gotten themselves wrapped up in what could be potentially a very serious legal battle here, and they're involved to a degree. And they're apparently Jim Ryan's willing to fly to Brussels multiple times, so it's clear it's a priority, and that's my problem. That's my problem. That's what I mean about the change. Like, I'm so over it where it's like, it's hard for me to be on the same page as Sony because I don't work for Sony. I'm not an executive at Sony. I'm not an employee. You know what I mean? Like, I understand from an enthusiast standpoint that like Call of Duty is really important and you're worried about your bottom line. And, you're out here basically saying we couldn't make Call of Duty or we couldn't make God of War without Call of Duty, whatever, man. Like, I get it. I don't want that to happen, but I'm ready to see Sony just basically stop worrying about this. That's all I'm trying to say. I'm ready, and I can't wait to see Sony not have to worry about this shit anymore. Because once it's done, it's done. Once it's done, it's done. And Sony, the only thing that they're going to be able to do at that point is they're no longer going to be able to focus. They're not going to be able to focus anymore on fighting a battle, and being careful about like, what should we say? What shouldn't we say? And whatever. Like, they're just going to focus on the thing that we want them to focus on, which is us. You know what I mean? Like, the platform, the gamers. And I feel like right now Sony has a bunch of different plans that they could potentially execute, and they're changing. And I think they're just not doing anything yet because we don't know we don't know what to do. And to me, that's going to be just such a relief is when this ends, Sony will begin to execute that plan, which is okay. They got Activision Blizzard. Now it's time to just focus on what do we do now? You know, we don't have to worry about that anymore. This is done. What do we do now? And that's what I'm looking forward to. Because right now, I just genuinely feel like it's gotten to be too much, and it's getting annoying. And it's like, I'm a gamer, you know what I mean? Like I'm a PlayStation gamer. I'm looking forward to PlayStation announcements, PlayStation games to play. Obviously a lot of third-party games, and I know that they just launched PSVR 2, but still, like, isn't it just kind of fucking sad that like somehow, some way, at this moment in time, it's like this whole legal situation, it's getting so much more attention than even PSVR 2 is, you know? And I'm just ready for it to end, and we can just move on. But who knows? Who knows when it's going to end? All right, let me see here. So the final topic I want to discuss with you guys is definitely a complete pivot. But we have the director of The Last of Us, Bruce Straley. I'm sure many of you are familiar with Bruce Straley, right? He left PlayStation after Uncharted 4, but he was, hugely responsible for The Last of Us, which to me is one of my favorite games of all time. Frankly, I enjoyed The Last of Us 1 much more than the sequel. And, I don't really follow him too closely, but he did post something on Twitter that I found interesting. I have an article here that reports on it. It says, Bruce Straley, the game director of the original Last of Us and the head of Wildflower Interactive, has started a controversy on Twitter after declaring that linear games are just easier to make. This has whipped fans into a debate between those who agree with the statement and those who believe that the quality of the game is more important. Some state that linear games are not as interesting, while others say they are generally better and less time-consuming. And so if we actually look at his exact Twitter thread here, if it will load up. So he says, linear games are just easier to make. There, I said it. And then he comes back and he says, LOL, you all are nuts. I didn't think this was such a controversial topic, nor did I say one design style was better than the other, but you fools. And I figured this would make for an interesting conversation. And it would make for a good like final topic. So first of all, is anybody going to look, can we all agree that objectively speaking, it's probably, well, that those two words don't go together, objectively and probably. I don't want to say objectively because I'm not a developer, but I mean, come on. I have to imagine it is truly easier to develop linear games. There's just a lot less to worry about. And I don't think that's not a slight either. I think if anything, the main benefit of being able to develop a linear game is the focus, right? Is you have a pretty good idea of the size, scope, and scale, and the chances of it like ballooning are very low. And it's interesting that Bruce Straley's saying this because, he made The Last of Us. He made Uncharted 4. I'm sure he's made other Naughty Dog games. And that's the thing that Naughty Dog's known for. Naughty Dog is known for, like, we make the best linear games in the industry, or at least that's, kind of the reputation they've garnered, and a lot of people see it that way. And, when you look at the quality of these games, the attention to detail, and just how good, it's hard to argue that, right? You're saying they didn't give Bruce Straley credit for the show, right? Yeah, that was kind of weird. I don't know why that is. I don't know. I feel like would it really have been so bad to just, throw his name up there and say, Bruce Straley did make The Last of Us 2, or no, when I say 2, I mean as well. He was also responsible for the creation of The Last of Us, but I don't know. I guess it's different because they have to like write a new script. I don't know. It does feel a little weird. It does. I gotta admit, it does feel a little weird because it's like last I checked, he's like, you know, I mean, fucking directed The Last of Us. You know what I mean? It's like I don't know. Two different things. I don't know. It doesn't matter to me. And I'm honestly, I don't know if he cares that much. It's like it is what it is. Yeah, that's true. They didn't credit the devs either. So it's like, well, I just, that's the nature of these things, I guess. When you're doing a show, yeah, it's on an established thing, but they have to write all new scripts and yeah, so it kind of makes sense. But I guess I'm just saying, like, on a human level, if I was Bruce Straley, like, I would feel a little bit bad. Be like, damn, like the show's like a mega hit. That probably makes you feel pretty shitty. But either way, getting back to the whole conversation here. Now I think what happened with his tweet is I don't think his tweet's controversial. Not at all. You're saying they don't put book writers on the shoes. Okay, yeah. No, you're right. You're right. I mean, at the end of the day, it was his choice to leave after Uncharted 4, I will say, though, I genuinely wonder what a Last of Us 2 would have looked like with Bruce Straley's involvement. I don't know if you guys wonder that. I don't know if you guys ever wonder that. But I do genuinely wonder, like, what would that have been like? Because, I don't know, man. There's just there are certain things that shift so much. Daryl, you're saying all the third-party deals they made in the past decades to keep off Xbox permanently or timed exclusives is as close to Xbox buying Activision IP for IP. Yeah, Daryl, I think you're making a pretty good point, and it's not one that like I can really argue against because, yeah, you do have to ask the question if Sony was able to secure Final Fantasy VII exclusivity permanently. Then what's practically speaking, there's obviously there is a difference, but practically speaking, what is the difference between that and what Microsoft's doing? And yeah, I get that. But that's what's the thing that gets me is like, I really would like to know how Sony is managing to secure some of these deals like Final Fantasy, because it's like, I don't know, man. Most independent third-party publishers are not going to take a deal like that, like a permanent exclusivity deal, unless they're being paid like an insane amount of money, and that's why they're rare. That's why it's always like a year timed exclusive or something. And I look at a game like Rise of the Ronin. That's not coming to Xbox. That's a game that Sony has. It seems to me like any game that Sony seems to have some type of involvement into or in with development, those don't really come to Xbox. But that's, again, like as far as I'm aware, did Sony help with Final Fantasy VII Remake? I don't know about that. I wasn't really covering that, so I don't know if they helped with that. But like Sony, I don't think Sony's helping with the development of Silent Hill 2 Remake. And to me, that seems pretty clear as of right now anyway, that that's probably going to be like a year timed exclusive. But again, that's like, I look at Death Stranding 2, like to me, that seems pretty clear that that's not going to go to Xbox. So it could just simply be different negotiations, different deals are struck, But I get what you're saying, Daryl. And I guess at the end of the day, look, I look at it as it's no matter. I know natural for us to try to draw lines and look at it from like a moralistic and ethical standpoint. But I think at the end of the day, it's a free for all out here, man. I think that's what I think it's a free for all. I think that in a way, if you're somebody who if you're somebody who's always liked what PlayStation has done, like you like PlayStation like chasing after exclusives, and you always feel like, this is why you go to PlayStation, not just for their first party exclusives, but their third party deals as well, and they're always doing all these different things, then you probably are advocating for you, or you might want to consider advocating for Microsoft to get Activision Blizzard, because I just get that. I'm telling you, I'm not saying Sony's going to buy a publisher, because that, to me, that's very extreme. But what I know for a fact will happen, what will happen if Microsoft gets Activision Blizzard, and it might happen either way, but for sure if they get them, dude, Sony is going to go in harder. I don't know why I said it like harder. They're going to go in harder than they ever have when it comes to securing third-party exclusives. They're going to be turned into a beast, a bloodborne beast out there. They're going to go crazy. And and I just feel like, if you are somebody where that's your main platform, and you like the exclusivity, and you're like, yeah, like I love having, I don't know, it exists. I know people like to shame it and whatnot, but it exists. It's a lot of people, that's why they choose to go to certain platforms. Yeah, this is going to make Sony basically, this is going to make Sony go in aggressive. They're gonna go harder. There we go. All right, yeah, that's heard it here. I'll have to put that on the shirt. Sony goes harder. Okay. You could tell I'm past the 4-hour mark. You could tell I'm past the 4-hour mark in the podcast, because I am just starting to say some dumb stuff. Although some people would argue that I just say dumb stuff the entire podcast. Yeah, SIE is going to become bloodthirsty. And then I got to admit, like, there is a part of me that kind of wants that. You know what I mean? Like, there is a part of me that does kind of want to see an arms race to a degree, where I kind of want to see Sony angry and pissed off and like punching air because they tried so hard to stop this and it just didn't stop. And Phil Spencer's over there smoking his cigar. I don't think Phil smokes, but smoking a cigar, him and Satya Nadella, I'd be like, we did it, boys. And Sony's, that to me, that's like, I'd rather see Sony back in the underdog position a little bit, because we've seen what they're capable of achieving in the past when they get knocked down, to that point. And I'm not saying it would be that bad again, but yeah. Anyway, thank you for the super chat, Daryl. Sony has made a dangerous enemy with Microsoft. Yeah, but I mean, I feel like Sony always viewed Microsoft as the enemy. Like, has Sony ever not viewed Microsoft as the enemy? You know what I mean? I feel like now it's just basically like there's no more, they're done being cordial with one another. It's like every time, you go to a family get together, there's like the two family members where like you could cut the tension with a knife, and that they just want to beat the shit out of each other, but they try their best to be cordial because everybody's watching. And I feel like this is just the equivalent of like, they just say fuck it, one of them flips the table and they just start going at it. You know what I mean? That's how I view it. But anyway, excuse me. Anyway, getting back to the topic at hand. I guess, I don't know, what do you guys prefer? Do you prefer linear games or do you prefer open world games? I feel like naturally most modern day enthusiast gamers like both. I mean, I can say that I like both, but it's tough for me. It's tough for me because a part of me definitely leans towards I like linear games better. But then another part of me thinks about some of the best games I've ever played and how they are open world. And I'm like, well, damn. So it's like I don't know where I fall. I think that like a game that keeps popping into my mind is Ghost of Tsushima and Spider-Man for that matter. Um, but mainly Ghost of Tsushima because Ghost of Tsushima to me was a bit of a daunting game when I first played it. I don't know if like my experience with that game is like the first time I played it, I felt like I just wanted to mainline the story and just experience the story, and I kind of didn't appreciate the open world at all, or very very little. And then I bought the director's cut and I replayed it, and I decided I'm gonna approach this game in a completely different way. I'm gonna go slow, methodical. I want to explore every nook and cranny, and I want to embrace the open world and not feel like it's something that's getting in the way. And after I did that, like I realized, oh my god, like this game is like my appreciation for it grew like tenfold. And I do wonder if maybe it's a psychological thing for me because if you think about it, if you play an open world game, you can play it linearly, right? Like you can just follow the beaten path. Like I mean, I don't know what developers don't do it. I mean, Elden Ring's probably the closest thing to not giving you a clear cut path on like this is the way to go. But most open world games give you like that clear path where if you just want the main story and the main course and nothing else, there you go. And you can play these games in that way. And in a way, it is like there's your linear game. But I think the problem between that versus an actual purpose built linear game, at least for me, is if I try to play an open world game in a linear fashion, I feel like I'm doing it wrong and I'm missing out and I feel bad. And I then feel like I have to go start doing all these side things and I kind of don't want to, but maybe I'll do them later. But then I'm like, but I don't know if I'm going to want to, it's like becomes this whole thing. And so it really does depend on the game. Like when I played Ghost of Tsushima the second time, I did have to go, like, I did have to alter my mindset for it, where I'm like, okay, this is a vast open world game, and I'm not going to be worried about going from one story beat to the next to figure out what happens. I'm going to do a story beat, and then I'm going to just start going and seeing what else is out there and embracing that as if it's just as important as the main stuff. And it is nice at times to play a game where that's not the case. Now, the one problem I have, I don't see. It's weird to me because it's like I feel like a game like God of War Ragnarok. Now, I mentioned this game earlier, and it is a linear game, but it kind of I don't know. The more I'm thinking about the time I spent with it, God of War Ragnarok really isn't. It doesn't feel that linear, does it? I don't know. Is it just me? Because I'm now like thinking about all the extra stuff. To me, a semi-open world or a wide linear game, as it would be called, it's almost to me like this is a streamlined open world title. You know what I mean? Like it's I don't know. The only difference, truthfully, okay, here we go. I got it. The only difference between a game like God of War Ragnarok, in my opinion, and a game like Ghost of Tsushima or a game like Horizon Forbidden West is simple. I can't just go from point A to point C, uh, and travel there, you know, just like that. I can't just go from here to there. I have to go to a hub that takes me there. And at that point, I have to wonder, like, what's the difference? Um, because that's what's kind of funny to me is in a lot of open world games, they do offer fast travel where it's like the I I, I don't know. I'm sure there's something I'm missing here. There has to be something I'm missing here in my brain right now. My brain that's been speaking for over 4 hours. Because I'm just thinking to myself, like, I don't know, man. In God of War Ragnarok, it doesn't feel linear to me. It doesn't, because the more I'm thinking about how vast some of those open areas were, I mean, it basically felt like an open world. Especially that what was that, the crater, or I think that was the name of the area. That it was like insane. I started to get annoyed a little bit. I'm like, yo, why is this game turning into an open world game? um, and I don't know. I guess it does make me question, like, how linear do I want my games? So we got a game, Resident Evil 4 Remake, coming up, right? Now, to me, Resident Evil 4 Remake is, I don't know. What would you call Resident Evil 4 Remake? Would you call that just a purely linear game, or I don't know. I don't know if it's like big enough to be considered wide linear, right? I think it's a linear game. Yeah, because yeah, that's the thing that gets to me, is like I realize like there is backtracking, and I feel like sometimes having backtracking in a game can make it feel like it's open, but it's really not. Like you have to kind of follow the path forward to then come back and then progress, you know? Um and that, that's the thing, is I think about one of the reasons why I'm so excited for Resident Evil 4 Remake, and that's one of the reasons, man. It's cuz I know like I'm not being dropped into a world where it's like, "Hey man, you don't know jack shit about jack shit, and you got like an entire Red Dead Redemption 2 size map to explore. Good luck." It's like, no, it's you're gonna start here and you're gonna go. And I just kind of like that. I do like that. But I also think about Spider-Man 2, right? Spider-Man 2 is gonna be an open world game. And Spider-Man 2, I feel like Spider-Man 2 is different though, because it's like it's set in of course it's gotta be open. Like, how could Spider-Man not be an open world game? And even if it was a linear game in like past Spider-Man games, they try to simulate an open world. They try to make you feel like it's open. So I feel like Spider-Man is kind of a different thing where, yeah, that's one game that I would argue like that has to be open world. I think about Wolverine, right? And the last rumor we heard about Wolverine is it's going to be like wide linear, semi-open world. So I could see it being very similar to like God of War Ragnarok in that way. And yeah, to me that sounds about right. I there were some people who were hoping that Wolverine would be a completely open world game where you can ride a motorcycle around and stuff, and that sounds cool. But then I just think like, well, that almost sounds like it would be like Days Gone. Just instead of Deacon St. John having guns, he just has claws, and instead of freakers, it's just I don't know, Wolverine's bad guys, Wolverine's enemies. Say that it'll be like Ratchet and Clank. Yeah, that's true. Ratchet and Clank was pretty yeah, I don't know, man. I'm at a point with video games where it's like sometimes I just get stressed, you know? And I notice as I get older, some video games begin to stress me out, where I just I think a lot of times this is why I end up going back to a lot of times, like, I have like a multiplayer game, as I call it, like my junk food game, where it's like it's just it's I know exactly what to expect, and there's a factor of skill in there, and it's like those two things to me like really appeal, where it's like there's no surprises, and the only surprise that exists is going to be in your failure potentially to compete and do well. And that to me has always naturally been appealing. But when I think about the single player games that have appealed to me most throughout the years, it really is a mixed bag, because I feel like I've played some linear games that were um too linear, right? Like that felt like, well, I don't know, this it just feels like I'm literally on a train track, and that can be fine. A game that I think of that I played more recently that was like that was Guardians of the Galaxy. How many of you guys played Guardians of the Galaxy? Now that game was like the definition of you're on a track and you're just gonna follow that track, and it's like a shooting gallery. But it was done so well, and it was like it just made me realize like we don't really get games like that very often anymore. At least AAA games where it's like this linear. And it was just so nice because I'm like, this feels really good, you know? Granted, I think like the gameplay could have been fleshed out a little bit further if they were given the chance to make a second one, which not going to happen, but that was a good game, man. And I almost just kind of wish like we would get more just games that were that focused or close to being that focused. But that's the nature, I think, of AAA gaming in 2023 is as these games get bigger. And that's the thing, they are getting bigger. The budgets are increasing and the quality is increasing. So too are the expectations. And I think that the reason why Bruce Straley's tweet was so interesting is because I don't know. I mean, I know he wasn't trying to cause controversy, but it's almost like, well, are you implying that developers who choose to make linear games only do so because they're easier? Are you implying that all open world development teams would prefer to make linear games? Because I just think he's just stating a fact that yeah, they're like linear games are easier to develop, but maybe you could make an argument in the other direction. Maybe you could make an argument that as games grow, as the AAA expectation begins to inflate and people expect more from a game, a $70 game, it actually becomes even more difficult to make a linear game that feels like it satisfies expectations for what people are paying for. I think an argument could be made in that direction because, I mean, you know, you think about Naughty Dog. I'll be real with you right now. Like you could tell in The Last of Us Part 2, there was some bloat. In God of War Ragnarok, there's a little bit of bloat. That's something I'm beginning to notice with Sony's linear single player games. And I'm not saying it's severe. It's not severe. It's not. But there is a little bit of bloat. And you can tell, or not bloat, but padding, I think is the best way to put it. And you could tell that there are things that are put in there that it's like, well, I I get the feeling. I get the feeling that some of this is in here to increase the length of the game to make me as a person who paid $70 for it feel like it was worth my money. And I get that. And that's the unfortunate reality is when people are paying $70 for a video game, I know that we could make the argument that it doesn't matter how long it is. It's the quality that matters, but that's not always true, you know? For example, if God of War came out and it was 8 hours long, 9 hours long, dude, no way. People would have thrown a fit. People would have lost their minds. Could have been, you know, those 9 hours could have been the most well thought out, concise, perfectly put together. Doesn't matter. People are gonna be like, I paid $70 for 9 hours. No, thank you. And I think that as you know, this is a problem that game developers today, especially like thinking about PlayStation studios, this is probably something that they have to contend with. You know, like I think they do consider like how long is our game going to be? You know, like when people think about Spider-Man 2, I promise you, no one's thinking about Spider-Man 2 thinking, man, I can't wait for 10 hours of greatness. No, no one's thinking that. Anybody who's thinking about Spider-Man 2 is thinking like, dude, at minimum, I'm going to be putting 35 hours into this. At most, I expect to be able to put 100 hours into this, you know, to do everything and go beyond that. And so it's I think that that's something we have to consider. Yeah, the Order 1886 is another great example where I played the Order 1886 and it came well after the game released and I paid like $10 for it. And I was like, holy shit, this game is incredible. I'm so upset this is not getting a sequel. But I also could understand why anybody who paid full price $60 for that game was disappointed in that there's no replayability. The game can be beat in like 7 hours. And there's a lot of QTEs, you know? And it really, I think that game was like the closest thing to paying for, I don't know, like, it's tough, man. It is tough because sometimes you consider the fact that people pay like $20 for a movie, maybe to buy and own a movie, right? Something like maybe like $20. And a movie's what, like at most like 3 hours. And that's like the upper end for a movie. You go to the movie theater to watch it, you're paying more than $20, and it's like it's just it's fascinating to me. There's that word again. It's fascinating to me that it just seems that gamers have like the expectation is just very different for video games. And I'm sure there's a specific reason for that, and it's really hard to put my finger on it. I can't quite figure out like the singular reason why. Saying games are not movies, MBG. Well, I know that, but it's just about the fact that people really will be genuinely pissed off if they pay full price for a game and that game is over in like 7 hours or 8 hours. And to me, it's almost like, well, that would be the equivalent of like paying $20 for a movie and that movie's over in 1 hour. Like, I feel like people will be like, what, or like 45 minutes. It's like that was too short. It was like a show, you know? So it's interesting to me. I guess what I'm just trying to say is there are these standards, and I just wonder where that standard. If I had to guess, I think it's kind of like a general like median, right? Like or the middle ground where there are a lot of people who maybe would pay full price. Like for example, I've seen a lot of people say that um they bought the Order 1886 at full price and they loved it. They didn't care that it was short. They thought it was totally worth it. But I think the problem is that more people didn't. I think more people were more enamored by the fact that how was this $60? And I think that when that just basically becomes the the central focal point of the conversation. So I don't know. It's an interesting topic, I think. Saying 10 to 20 hours has always felt like the perfect length for linear games to me. Yeah, that's the thing, man, is like when I think of a fully linear game, I don't need, I'll be honest, 20 hours even seems like too much. And it depends on I think it depends on the type of linear game as well. Like if there's a linear game with some like RPG aspects, and maybe just like a little bit of grinding or something, I feel like it's not, I don't expect it to add like hours to the game, but I feel like that could make it easier to kind of get to, um, like the 20-hour, 25-hour mark. Like I'll be honest, I feel like in God of War Ragnarok, the progression system in that game, it felt mostly good, but there were a few select times when I was playing it where I was like, it did begin to feel like it was kind of paint by numbers a little bit. You know what I mean? And it wasn't all the time, but there were just a few moments where I was feeling like, oh, I feel like I'm just kind of, and you know what? That's the thing though, is like, think about it though. Linear game, is that not kind of paint by numbers? So it's interesting when you talk about this because I think it dives really deep into different game design philosophy and how it really goes to show there's so much that goes into it from top to bottom with the littlest things that make all the difference, and psychologically, how it affects your perception of a game. Like it's interesting to me that for some reason, even though I know in Spider-Man 2018, for example, even though I know that there's like a entire upgrade paths and trees, and branches, and that's like a big part of the game. For some reason, that doesn't stand out to me nearly as much as Ghost of Tsushima's stance system, where the different stances give you a completely different play style. against completely different enemies, you know? And that's I think like for me that's another standout about Ghost of Tsushima where like I mean I talk about enjoying Ghost of Tsushima's open world, but the reality is like Ghost of Tsushima's gameplay was just so perfect in my opinion, where I actually wonder like how they're gonna like what they're gonna do in the sequel. Like how are you gonna improve upon this? Because it's nearly perfect, at least with the sword combat and the sword play. Um, and it's just interesting to me how like that's a standout. That's something that sticks out in my mind. Like that was awesome. You know, like that was a system that was put in there that could have went south. It could have been perceived as just like what like this is meant to make me feel like it's doing something different, but it's really not. But it didn't. It actually achieved exactly what it wanted me to feel, which is these are very distinct different play styles that will be required, you know, at certain points. And you could get through it without using them sometimes, which made it even more interesting. But yeah, I don't know, man. It's different. I just like to kind of think about this stuff sometimes when I think about the different types of games. Like I wonder about Wolverine, you know, talking about Ghost of Tsushima's combat. I wonder like and Spider-Man's combat. I wonder how are they going to handle that? You know, how could they incorporate a system where like with Wolverine you have like different types of, you know, styles where like a defensive style that Logan utilizes versus an aggressive style versus like a I don't know, an animalistic style. You know what I mean? I don't know. I feel like there's just different things that they could maybe try to incorporate. Um, and I don't know. I know I'm probably like downplaying Spider-Man a little bit. Like in Spider-Man, you could definitely play with some different styles, you know, like it did encourage stealth and whatnot, which was always fun. But I think the thing that I'm looking forward to with Wolverine compared to Spider-Man, truthfully, it's very simple. Like I'm really looking forward to just the feeling of playing as a character finally. Um like Logan again because I mean I love Spider-Man. I think Spider-Man's great, but I got to admit like I kind of get tired of the whole like I'm like, you know, just kicking people in the face and whatnot. You know, I'm kind of ready to see something a little bit more than that. But again, like I don't need Wolverine to be over the top. Like I don't need Wolverine to be like Last of Us 2 levels of I just sliced that dude's head in half and I can see like half of their eyeball sticking out with a portion of their brain over here and their tongue, you know, it's coming up this way. You know, like that's where I feel like I mean, it's almost a little concerning, genuinely speaking, with The Last of Us Part 2. Like, I don't know if you've seen these videos that pop up. There are like these videos that people put out where they just show off the insane gore factor and different crazy ways you can kill people in that game. And it's disturbing, bro. Like it's actually like somebody coded this. Somebody designed this. That's unsettling. You know, it's insanely brutal. Yeah, and Dead Island 2 looks like that as well. Dead Island 2, yeah, I mean it's a zombie game, but um, I do expect to see like a good level of gore factor in Wolverine, but I just want it to be in a way that like you know I want it to be like on the level that we saw in Logan. You know, Logan was pretty sick in that like it's not being grotesque for the sake of it. Like it was realistic. You know, when you saw the way that in the movie Logan, you know, at one point he's like cuts a guy's arm off. You know, it's not like it's zooming in on the dude's arm and showing blood squirting everywhere. Like it's crazy. It's just like it's in a moment and like oh like wow like that seems like something Wolverine could do in a fit of rage. You know, or God, that was such a great movie. Logan was a fucking I hope that if there's anything that Insomniac takes inspiration from, I mean, obviously the comics, but the Logan movie was so good. So good. Oh, also I wanted to ask you guys this. There is when we talk about the voice actor who's gonna play Wolverine, There is a name that you guys kept bringing up, and I forget his name. He's like a famous voice actor, and he's been known to voice, I think, Logan in other, in other media. And I'm trying to see if any of you know who I'm talking about because I don't have his name off the top of my head. But I did see something interesting recently with him. Trying to see if anybody mentions his name. I think he's the same dude who did the voice of Spike in Cowboy Bebop. I don't know if I'm thinking of the same guy. Steve, yeah, is it Blum or Bloom? Yeah, that's the guy though. That's him. Um, so I saw recently that he was doing some type of work, voiceover work, obviously, and also with CGI, and he was shouting something out, but he was like, "I'm working on a very NDA'd project right now." And he couldn't like reveal what it was. And dude, everybody was speculating, dude, he's Wolverine. Like he's talking about Wolverine. He's going to be Wolverine in the upcoming game. And that was interesting to me because I think that might be a real possibility considering a lot of people were automatically thinking like this dude has to do the voice of Wolverine. Like he is the voice of Wolverine to a lot of people. Like he has to do it. So yeah, I just wanted to point that out that could be it. The dude, you're definitely trolling, man. The dude says Logan movie wasn't very good. No way, dude. Yeah, come on, bro. Come on. I know you're trolling. Logan was incredible. I mean, I have to admit, a part of me was a little bit sad. Was a little bit sad to see that Hugh Jackman is coming back as Wolverine in Deadpool 3 because I really did think like I understand that it does kind of feel like is it going to take away from that ending? Not to spoil anything, but at the same time, my excitement to see Hugh Jackman return as Wolverine in Deadpool 3 is just too great. Also, did you guys see? I saw this trending on Twitter and a bunch of outlets reported on it, and I'm like, okay, I don't know. Apparently, in an interview, Keanu Reeves recently said that he always wanted to play Wolverine. And, this naturally got a lot of people like, oh shit, Marvel, are you gonna give him a call? Is it we gonna say now look, there's no way Keanu Reeves plays Wolverine. There's no way. I mean, look, I am a Keanu Reeves fanboy, but I don't think I think he could do a good Wolverine, but I don't know that it would be like I don't know that it would be I guess what I'm trying to say is, man, it's a tough act to follow Hugh Jackman's Wolverine. And I love Keanu Reeves. And I would just love to see him as Wolverine just because that's how big of a fan of Keanu Reeves I am. But I feel like it would be tough for him to, I mean, he's older too. That's the problem. I think that's the biggest problem is Keanu Reeves does have kind of that tough guy mentality, but I don't know that it has that same. Keanu Reeves is too nice, like straight up, just straight. Like, dude, I could not see Keanu Reeves playing an animalistic berserker rage, character like Wolverine. And I just thought that was funny though because it's like a lot of people were like, oh shit, maybe they're gonna get Keanu Reeves in the MCU as Wolverine. And I'm like, nah, dude, he's the next Wolverine they cast, like the new Wolverine outside of Hugh Jackman, is going to have to be young. They're going to want to get somebody a little bit younger, not somebody in their 40s or 50s, kind of like what DC is doing with Superman. But yeah, I'm excited to see Wolverine, the game. I'm excited to see Hugh Jackman come back as Wolverine. I've always been a huge fan of Wolverine. He's like one of my favorite characters. Ever pretty much. So it's I'm definitely interested to see Insomniac's take on the character. Because it really, dude, I gotta admit, like even Insomniac doing Wolverine, I feel like Hugh Jackman has been so perfect as Wolverine and Logan that even I know it's a game and it's not a movie, but even that's going to be tough. You know what I mean? Um, but oh, and you know what? Speaking of Keanu Reeves, dude, John Wick 4 day one watch looks amazing, and also they're doing Constantine 2, which is awesome as well. I can't believe they're actually doing that. I thought that the Constantine movie would have come out like 2005. I thought that movie was underrated big time. I mean it wasn't as good as it could have been, but it was still good. And I think it was underrated, and it's really awesome to see that they're giving it a sequel. And I hope it doesn't turn out like The Matrix, you know? Like I had so much hope for the new Matrix movie, and my lord, did it not deliver. Like I kind of wish I've like erased it from my mind. Um so yeah, I hope that Constantine 2 can deliver. But yeah, we'll see, man. We'll see what ends up happening with Wolverine. Yeah, maybe they'll get Keanu Reeves to play Wolverine in they'll get Keanu Reeves to play Wolverine in the game. Dude, I've been saying for a long time, look, Lionsgate. Well, I haven't been saying. I've been saying it for a long time, but I haven't been saying it frequently. Lionsgate. I don't know if you guys saw a couple months back. They said they're looking around. They want to make a AAA John Wick game, and they said they're looking around for a partner. Sony. If you do not fucking get on that, we're gonna have a problem. Because I've been saying for the longest time, John Wick is the absolute perfect, and I know there's been John Wick games, but I mean like a full-blown like Max Payne 3 level John Wick game. I would say Rockstar, but Rockstar's never going to do it. All right? I understand. Like Rockstar did an amazing job with Max Payne 3, one of the best games ever made, some of the best shooting mechanics ever put into a video game, arguably the best. Rockstar will never make another game that's not GTA or Red Dead, unfortunately. So I hope that Sony can get that because, dude, Keanu Reeves has proven he's going to do games. Look at what he's still doing Cyberpunk, bro. So I think if Sony could get a AAA John Wick game made starring Keanu Reeves, that would be a fucking win, bro. That would be a huge win. Now, the only question is who develops it. That's the thing that I can't quite figure out. I don't know who I would trust underneath Sony. I mean, I feel like maybe Housemarque with the movement and the shooting potentially. But other than that, I don't know. I don't know that Housemarque alone could do it. I don't know about Sucker Punch. I don't know about Naughty Dog. Because, I mean, Naughty Dog's great, but I don't know that they would be able to refine. They haven't done the shooting mechanics quite as good that, in the way that would be needed for a John Wick game. So I don't know. But thank you. Thank you for that, Luis Ramos. You're saying a John Wick Naughty Dog game would be amazing. W. I mean, yeah, I think the only thing that Naughty Dog would have to prove with a John Wick game is that they can do precise. Like, I'll be honest, a John Wick game today would need to have the same gunplay as Max Payne 3. It really would. Like, it would need that exact, because if you play Max Payne 3, you're going to walk away from that game and be like, this is a John Wick game. You know? This is what a John Wick game would be like. And anybody who's played Max Payne 3 knows exactly what I'm talking about. Maybe Sony, I don't know. Remedy already has too many projects in development. I think Remedy could do it. Yeah, that's true. There would need to be hand-to-hand combat as well. I mean, dude, let's get a joint collaboration. Let's get Housemarque for the gunplay. Let's get Slow Clap for the hand-to-hand combat. And let's get Naughty Dog on top of that as well to just do the world, the environment, the characters, the writing, the animation. I mean, it'd be the greatest John Wick game ever made. It'd be the greatest game ever made. But yeah, in all seriousness, I really hope that Sony is talking to Lionsgate because that feels like a great opportunity. And I just think that that's. I mean, is that not what Sony wants? You know, like these big names. I mean, John Wick is a big brand name now, really is. So, but anyway, guys, we're getting closer to the 5 hour mark. Not gonna let it happen. You need to pitch this to Jim, MBG. Yeah, dude, I'll get on the phone with him right away. But that's going to do it for episode 150 of Press X Podcast. Now, I didn't talk about The Last of Us today, the HBO episode. I'll just say very briefly, I did watch it. They covered the events of the Left Behind DLC, and they did an incredible job again. Really enjoyed it. There hasn't been an episode of this show that I haven't enjoyed. I'm really looking forward to the episode tonight. They're going to be covering, David's group and that whole section, the whole winter section of the game. So I'm very much excited to watch that. Now I'll try to make sure to talk about that on next week's episode. But before I head out, I just want to extend a big thank you to all you guys for tuning in, supporting me, watching the content. If you could on your way out, just hit that like button for me. Maybe, just maybe, we could get up to 400 likes. That would be fantastic. And a huge shout out to all of my channel members, everybody who donates a super chat. I say it every single week. I could not do what I do here without your continued support. I am fan funded, as you know, and so I really do love being able to do this each week. And your support means the world. So thank you to everybody who donated a super chat, to all of my channel members. But and also big shout out to Devil Shooter. A lot of people after the podcast immediately ends ask, where are the timestamps? Devil Shooter always does the timestamps each and every week. He does an incredible job. He usually gets them out within the first 24 hours of the stream ending. I should probably stop saying that at the end, because people who are looking for them probably aren't looking. They're not listening to this part. But, in case anybody's wondering. So huge shout out to you, Devil Shooter. Really appreciate your hard work. And if you happen to see him in the comments section, give him a big thank you. Show him some love. But that does it. That's episode 150. I'm really hoping that this upcoming week we have some better news, some more interesting news regarding PlayStation to discuss, because we're getting tired of the whole Activision Blizzard thing, and it's been going on too long. And the past couple days have been like dead silent. So we'll see what happens. But that's it, guys. Enjoy the rest of your Sunday. I'll catch you guys in an upcoming video. But till then,